Great.
This meeting of the Littleton Licensing Authority will come to order. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Authority Member Bradish.
Here.
Authority Member Gunya.
Here.
Authority Member Odell.
Here.
Authority Member Cole.
Here.
Authority Member Mather.
Here.
Authority Member Gallagher.
Here.
Thank you. Next item of business is approval of this agenda. Do I hear any corrections to the agenda?
I make a motion it be approved as submitted.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item of business, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting from January 9th, 2013. Everyone's had a chance to review the minutes. Do we have any corrections?
I didn't see anything.
Make a motion they be approved as submitted.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item of business, scheduling of renewal hearing for liquor licenses. Item 5. 5A, Mikachina Incorporated, doing business as Mikachina South, 1600 West Bellevue Avenue, and Mikachina Incorporated, doing business as Mikachina Express, 137 West County Line Road. I notice on the agenda that both of these items, both of these renewal hearings were lumped together. We are going to consider those separately, I hope.
We can do it however you'd like.
I think they're different enough that we will do that. So we'll go on with Mikachina Incorporated at this time.
Okay, this is agenda number 5A, which is scheduling a liquor license renewal hearing. I do have exhibits A through D for the Mikachina. If I could have a motion to accept those under the record.
I'll move we accept exhibits A through D.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
The issue before the authority this evening is whether to schedule the renewal application for Mikachina Inc., doing business as Mikachina South, 1600 West Bellevue Avenue, Littleton, Colorado, and Mikachina Express Inc., doing business as Mikachina Express, 137 West County Line Road, for a public hearing. Routine liquor license renewals generally are handled administratively under Section 3216 of the City Code. That section states that the chairperson of the authority is authorized to grant renewals so long as no information regarding alleged violations of the Colorado Liquor and Beer Codes or Amendment 20 of the Colorado Constitution or violations of this code had been referred to him or her by the police department or otherwise. Pursuant to Section 3B of the Licensing Authority Guidelines, if the Littleton Police Department renewal report or any other information obtained from other city departments indicates to the city attorney probable cause to believe there is good cause to refuse to renew, the city attorney has discretion to place the renewal application on the agenda. The issue before the licensing authority shall then be whether to schedule the renewal application for a public hearing. The licensing authority shall be provided with the renewal application, renewal report, and any other information upon which the city attorney based its decision to place the renewal application on the agenda. No testimony shall be taken, and the licensing authority shall base its decision solely upon the information provided. If the licensing authority decides to schedule the renewal application for a public hearing, the renewal application shall be scheduled for the next available public hearing date. Following notice is required by Colorado Revised Statute 1247-302. The chairperson shall be authorized to proceed with approving any renewal application not scheduled for a public hearing by the licensing authority as part of this procedure. I have placed Mikachina Inc., doing business as Mikachina South, and Mikachina Express Inc., doing business as Mikachina Express, on your agenda this evening because of the CBI report that came back on the renewal application. In particular, the information related to Sol Sierra for failure to appear in a fugitive from another jurisdiction. Pursuant to CRS 1247-3021, the local licensing authority may cause a hearing on the application for renewal to be held and may refuse to renew the license for good cause as provided in CRS 1247-1039. And then that is, that definition is listed in the agenda communication.
Well, I think we need to schedule a public hearing. I just kind of want to know why Mr. Sierra doesn't think he needs to show up to court for his tickets.
I'm related to that. I'm looking at all of these, apparently these aliases.
Yeah, that concerns me too.
Are we truly talking about the Sol Sierra that is the CEO of this company, or could that possibly be another Sol Sierra? There wasn't a fingerprint included with the background check, so
The date of birth matches. Glenn, do you have any information on him? No.
that doesn't change the fact that I think we should
Yeah.
have him come in and explain. But it is rather puzzling, all of these different offenses, and
And the aliases.
the aliases are, some cases not even related. So I would be open to a hearing if the rest of the authority
agree.
would go along with that.
I agree with that.
What has he done since he obtained his last license?
I don't think he's done anything since he had his last license.
That was going to be my question. Was he the name on the license, excuse me, the name on the license when they first applied?
Yes.
So since we renewed his license the last time, there has been no police activities?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right, and it looks
There
like
is
the driver's
actually,
license was suspended in 2010, and the suspension has remained in effect.
But since we issued his last license, there has been no criminal alleged activities against him.
That's correct.
That's true. But I'd still like to know if he's taking care of these other failure to appears that he has, or if there's warrants out for him, or what the story is.
Does the city attorney have any concern with the present authority voting, I guess, based on the same information that a previous authority, and it,
Well, I don't know if this was considered by the authority on previous applications or not, so that's why I was bringing it
okay, so
to your
we don't know if they would have
attention.
seen this?
I recall that when he did reapply, because he had a license before and surrendered it at one time, and then reapplied a few years ago. But at that point in time, I don't recall seeing any of this police report.
If you'd like, I can gather more information and come back to you next month with additional information before we schedule that hearing on what the history has been with this licensee.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that this information is showing up now, too, because
I mean,
we've been through this with them. I'm not aware of any liquor violations with them since they've been open.
well, we had one with tax problem, but, I mean, where I'm coming from is, since the last time we renewed his license,
Yeah. 'cause
He
there's
hasn't
been
done
no
anything
change.
wrong, yeah.
so why would we not just renew his license now?
Authority Member Gunya, I've got the research up here from Laserfish because we scan all of the documents in, and it looks like it's the same CBI that came back with his last renewal.
So there's been no change, so I don't see a reason for a hearing.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with that. Would you like to put that in the form of a motion?
I was just told that all the warrants except for the one The most recent one in 2010 from the Littleton Police Department would be purged by now. We hadn't taken care of them.
Meaning,
Meaning there's no warrants for him?
Essentially, with a warrant, there's a time period that most jurisdictions will allow the warrant to remain open. The 1999 case, the 2000 cases, that would clearly be well beyond the time that a warrant would be kept open. The 2005 case in Littleton, since it's a Littleton case, that would also be beyond our limit. We have a 5-year limit on warrants. The only case that may still be open is the 2010, but since that's a Littleton case, we should be able to check that out.
Well, I move that the renewal application for Mia be approved administratively by chairman of the authority without the need for a public hearing.
Do we have a second?
Do we have a second?
I'll second for the purposes of discussion. And I guess my thought is, I understand where Earl's coming from. I mean, in the last year, there have been no issues. I will say that this is somewhat troubling, but at the same time, previous authority granted him a license. Do we know how long he's had a license?
I think Detective Hoffman has some additional information.
If Mr. Sal did have Mr. Sierra did have a warrant, it would have shown up and we would have put it in.
So he has none.
I'm speculating, and that's all it is without digging further, but the one original charge that he has involving alcohol is almost 14 years old. And we see these things, fugitives from other jurisdiction, and they're all related there. I'm speculating again that most of the time it's because he failed to comply with whatever conditions was put on him, whether it was probation, paying a fine, proper insurance, going to classes, whatever that case may be. And if he doesn't comply with that, then that originating agency will put out a warrant for him, and therefore we pick him up on those type of things. But there again, there hasn't been anything for almost 3 years now.
Okay.
And if there was a current warrant, we would have known about it and taken care of it, and you would have been aware.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the members' concerns about this, but I think this is all past history, and we need to look at what's happened in the past year, and therefore,
Yeah.
I see no reason to bring him in.
And do we know how long he's had
His current license was issued in 2007.
Okay, so it's been renewed quite a few times.
Several
That's all
times,
it is.
5 times, 6 times.
Tony, you brought the issue up. Do you want to discuss that further, or?
I'm satisfied. I do have a concern about all the aliases, if that's what the status is with that. It looks like he's got 6 other names that he goes under. But
Is it,
they would have attached something bad if he had trouble under those aliases too,
And we have a
right?
motion to approve and a second, so should we vote?
Well, we want to finish the discussion.
could I ask, and I don't know if it's appropriate now or maybe during staff time later, but are the aliases because we don't have a fingerprint and based on the date of birth?
If anything shows up on this record, it's because we've ran his fingerprints, okay? And so, although there seems to be a lot of aliases, it's not all that unusual, especially depending on, like 14 years ago, and I hate to do my math real quick, a lot of times we get different names from people. That's why we fingerprint them when we arrest them, because the truth comes out. But anytime they give you any kind of name, or even if the officer misspells the name, put it into the computer, that will show up as an alias.
Okay. Interesting.
My hesitation to just go ahead with the administrative renewal was based on the, failure to, fugitive of jurisdiction too. And that's
that?
kind of, he just kind of addressed that they're all taken care of now.
I believe enough time has gone along where there haven't been any incidences, and there appears to be no liquor code violations with the establishment. In that case, I see no reason to bring him in. If there is going to be trouble, it will come, and then there will be, I think, a justifiable reason, obviously, to have him in. But with this much time gone by and no violations, I see no reason to bring him in.
I think I'll call for a vote now. Would you poll the authority?
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Motion is carried. We'll approve the application at the conclusion of this meeting.
Item 5B is scheduling a liquor license renewal hearing for Kurt A. Melstrun, doing business as Pyramid Discount Liquors, 599 West Littleton Boulevard. I would ask that Exhibits A and E through G be admitted into the record.
I move that Exhibits E through G be admitted.
And
Second.
Exhibit A.
All in favor?
Aye.
I also got a motion for Exhibit A to be admitted.
And Exhibit A.
Thank
A, E, F, and G be admitted.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So the issue before the authority is whether to schedule the renewal application for Kurt Melstrom, doing business as Pyramid Discount Liquors, for a public hearing. I will not read through the standard outlined in the code and licensing authority guidelines, as we did that under the previous agenda item. I have placed this item on the agenda because of the report that we received back from the Littleton Police Department. My concern was that when I read the summary report from Sergeant Mitchell, I was concerned that the call was made in, or it appeared to me that he did not ask for identification on the underage person. And then if you see, I've also included the police report, and you will note that I think he probably did ask for ID, although the call that was made to the police was on an attempt to make a purchase with another person's credit card, as opposed to calling in an attempt to purchase and possess alcohol by someone under the age of 21. So I just was concerned that there might not be identification going on here, and I wanted to bring it to the authority.
I appreciate the concern. As I read it, it looks to me like ID was requested, so I understand that, as far as the call goes, but it looks to me like the clerk asked for ID, so.
My opinion is that the clerk did everything, and maybe even a little more than was required of them to make sure they didn't make an improper sale to a minor. So I'm not concerned with that incident at all. I'm open to another administrative approval of this extension, and I will so move.
I'll second that.
Poll the authority, please.
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 8A. It's a liquor license renewal hearing for Aspen Grove 0122 LLC, doing business as Fresh Nail Wax and Dry Bar at 7301 South Santa Fe Drive, number 342. I would ask for a motion to accept Exhibits A through E into the record.
I'll move we accept Exhibits A through E.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
To give you some history on this, on November 14th, the authority voted to schedule Aspen Grove 0122 LLC, doing business as Fresh Nail Wax and Dry Bar, for a renewal hearing to consider whether Tina Colburn, as a managing member, officer, or member holding a 10% or greater interest in licensee, as a person of good moral character record and reputation, given the fact that records for her showed a federal tax lien dated October 17, 2012, in the amount of $1,699,748, and a state tax lien dated April 5, 2012, in the amount of $11,539. Since then, the licensee has come in and filed a change of manager with the clerk's office. The new manager, Tina Colburn, for whom the liens applied, is no longer associated with the licensee, and the amended renewal application materials are attached to this communication. Based on the fact that that she's no longer associated with the licensee, I don't have any concern with renewing this application. And I would recommend that you grant approval of the renewal application for Aspen Grove unless you find that there exists good cause as defined in Colorado Revised Statute 1247-103, in which case the license should not be renewed.
Could I just get a point of clarification? The Exhibit A is the membership and membership interests. And it appears that the woman who will be taking over, whose name it will be under, owns 40% interests.
Melissa,
Am I
do you
reading
want to
this
address
correctly?
that?
Yeah,
She's
that's
here
what I have.
tonight to answer
Wanna talk to-
questions.
Well, I guess I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly, but Freshnel Inc. owns 54%.
Can I ask that you come up to the microphone so we get you on the record? Thanks.
State your name, please.
Melissa Shuttlebauer.
Can you pour the mic down to you?
Melissa Shuttlebauer. Sorry.
It's okay, thank you. So I guess my only question of the city staff was, it's any person whose officers, directors, or stockholders holding 10%, is that correct? Go ahead.
Yes,
What we asked for in the application.
yes.
Okay. But but the information we got, so I guess whoever owns Freshnel Inc.,
Kirk Colburn
okay, now has,
is 50%,
Okay.
and then there's minority owners that own like 1% and 2%.
okay. So do we have information on him, I guess is my question?
No, because he was never listed as a manager for the company.
I see, okay.
And
That's
we
fine.
only do, during renewals, we only do backgrounds on the managers.
Okay, yeah. that's
Right.
fine. Okay, sorry, thank you very much.
Okay.
Tina have any ownership or interest in the company?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I need.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
I don't have any.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't see any more issues with this.
Yeah, I'll move that the public hearing be closed and a resolution of the Littleton Liquor Authority be approved, which grants Aspen Grove 0122 LLC doing business as Fresh Nail Wax and Dry Bar, 7301 South Santa Fe Drive, number 342 in Littleton, Colorado, a renewal of a beer and wine liquor license contingent upon approval from the Colorado Liquor Enforcement Division. And based upon the following findings of fact: 1, the premises, business conducted, and character of the applicant are satisfactory, and 2, good cause as defined by CRS 1247103 does not exist to deny renewal of the license.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Hold the authority, please, City Clerk.
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Next item on the agenda is Agenda Item 9A. It's a probable cause hearing for S. Fahani, Inc., doing business as Alibis Bar and Grill, 7983 South Broadway. I'd ask for a motion to include Exhibits A through C into the record.
I move that we put Exhibits A through C into the record.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The issue before the authority is whether there is probable cause to believe that S. Fahani, Inc., doing business as Alibis Bar and Grill, violated the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code and should be scheduled for a public hearing to show cause, if any, why its license should not be suspended or revoked. This matter comes to the authority as a possible violation of the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code by the licensee following the citation on January 12, 2013 at approximately 10:20 p.m. of licensee's bartender for violation of the Littleton City Code 3-2-10 and 3-2-11. Possible violations of the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code include Littleton City Code 3-2-10F, sale to intoxicated persons. Littleton City Code 3-2-11A2, conduct in establishments. Colorado Revised Statute 1247-901, Section 1A, and Regulation 47-900. Case Report 2013-000203 is attached. Section 3C of the Licensing Authority Guidelines states that the authority must consider the probable cause evidence presented by the licensing coordinating officer, and based on the totality of the circumstances, the authority must find there is a reasonable belief a violation has occurred based upon reliable information. Probable cause does not require sufficient evidence to show that a violation occurred. That is the purpose of the show cause hearing. Staff recommends that the authority find that probable cause exists sufficient to set the matter for a show cause hearing. The show cause hearing should be set in April, an April 10th, 2013 hearing date, to allow for a preliminary hearing to be held in March 13th, 2013, in accordance with the licensing authority guidelines.
Well, I clearly think that from reading the police report, there's no doubt that we need to have these folks in. There was an admission by the bartender, Jenny Gonzalez, when the police officer said that there'd obviously been a lot of over-serving. She seemed to acknowledge in the affirmative with a head nod, as well as during all of this, there was, in the fight, there was a broken glass or bottle, glass all over the ground, and it indicates that the police were not called at that point in time, so I think it's pretty obvious that we need to set this for a show cause hearing.
I agree.
I agree.
Any other discussion? Donovan, would you like to put that in the form of a motion?
Sure, I'll put it in the form of a motion. I move to find that there is probable cause to believe that Esfahani, Inc., doing business as Alibis Bar and Grill, 7983 South Broadway, Littleton, Colorado, on January 12, 2013, at approximately 10:20 p.m., did violate the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code, specifically City Code Section 3-2-10F, City Code Section 3-2-11A, 2, Colorado Revised Statute Sections 12-47-901, and Regulation 47-900. Based on said findings, I move that the public hearing be set for the 10th day of April 2013 for the purpose of considering the status of said tavern license, wherein the above-mentioned licensee may present to show cause, if any, why its license should not be suspended or revoked, and further that notice of these findings and the hearing to show cause shall be forwarded and served to Esfahani, Inc., doing business as Alibi Bar and Grill, in accordance with the provisions of state law. I move that a preliminary hearing, if necessary, be set for the 13th day of March 2013 for the purpose of considering a possible stipulation, if any, between the licensee and the City of Littleton.
I second that motion.
Discussion?
Don't think it needs to be any.
Poll the authority, please.
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Excuse me, that still means that they have an opportunity to negotiate a settlement between now and March?
Yes.
Okay.
So the next item is 10A.
10A.
This is a preliminary hearing for Home Field LLC doing business as All Star Sports Club, 5151 South Federal Boulevard, Unit A. I would ask for a motion to accept Exhibits A through C into the record.
I'll move that we accept Exhibits A through C.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? City Attorney?
It looks like they're surrendering their license.
Yeah.
Do we know if there's any alcohol on the premises? And what they plan to do with that alcohol?
The business has been closed for a couple of months now, and I know that State Liquor was out inspecting the premises, so
Okay, so it's in their hands?
Let the city
It's out
attorney
of our
present
hands,
the
yeah.
case.
I'm sorry?
We should let the city attorney present the case.
Well, it just doesn't seem to be any case. He surrendered his license.
Essentially, what the authority has before them is a stipulation agreement and order. In your packets, the first one is signed by Robert Stebbin. The authority also has the affidavit for surrender signed by Charles Hardy, and a second one signed by Robert Stebbin. We do also have a second copy of the stipulation agreement and order that came in late, that was signed by Charles Hardy. So both partners have signed all the documents indicating surrender. It's my information from talking to both that this business has been closed for quite some time since the alleged incident, and it sounds like it's all been taken care of as far as the liquor removal and that kind of thing.
Does the state or the city, either one, have a procedure when a liquor establishment is closed and they surrender their license to verify the answer to Tony's question as to whether there's still alcohol remaining? And if so, is there a disposition of that alcohol of some kind?
the city's procedure, once a license has been surrendered, either via stipulation or someone voluntarily coming in and surrendering their license, notification is sent from the city clerk's office to state liquor enforcement that that license has been surrendered as of such and such date, and from that point on, it's in state liquor enforcement's hands.
If either of these gentlemen were to come apply for a liquor license at some other establishment in the future, there wouldn't be anything on their record from this, is that correct? Well, I guess, sorry, I didn't want to answer my own question. Would there be anything indicating what happened here that we would see?
Well, there's a question on their application that they have to answer, whether they'd had a previous license revoked or suspended.
But the answer to that question would be, yes, we had a license, but we surrendered it voluntarily
Right.
instead of having it revoked.
Right.
But
But,
also in the stipulation agreement and order, they're admitting to all the facts that would constitute the violations.
so I guess my question is, would that come up on a search? Well, and maybe the other answer is that it would. Okay. And the other answer is, these two gentlemen were in court, right, over,
Mr. Stebbin was in court.
okay,
Mr. Hardy was not charged,
okay,
and that matter has resolved.
okay.
I see no problem with it. The licensee admitted to violations. It is so stated and signed and documented. The license has been surrendered. I'm not sure what else you would like.
I agree. I will move that we accept the stipulation.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No?
Poll the authority, please.
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Motion is carried. City Attorney, next
Thank you. The
item.
next item on the agenda, item 11A, which is a show cause hearing for the Castle Bar and Grill, 6657 South Broadway. I'd ask for a motion to accept Exhibits A through F into the record.
I move that we accept Exhibit A through F.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
The issue before the authority is whether T&K Smith Enterprises doing business as the Castle Bar and Grill violated the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code, and whether its license should be suspended or revoked. This matter comes to the authority as a possible violation of the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code by the licensee following the citation for an incident occurring on September 14th, 2012 at approximately 6:55 p.m. Possible violations of the Colorado Liquor Code and Littleton City Code include Littleton City Code 3210F, sale to intoxicated persons, Littleton City Code 3211A2, conduct in establishment, Colorado Revised Statute 1247-9011A, and Regulation 47900A, Case Report 2012-005051 is attached. A hearing on suspension or revocation of a liquor license must be carried out pursuant to CRS 1247-601 and Regulation 47600. Paragraphs C through E of Regulation 47600 are outlined in the agenda communication. In addition, in order to guide the licensing authority in the appropriateness of any particular sanction it may choose to impose, Section 3-2-14 of the Littleton Municipal Code lists aggravating and mitigating factors for the authority to consider. And at this point, I believe there is counsel here for the licensee as well as the prosecutor to present their cases.
The prosecutor, would you like to present your case?
You want to do opening statements, or
I'm sorry?
would you like to start with opening statements, or how would you like to?
Yes.
The city at this point believes through the witnesses we are going to prove that Mr. McPhee entered the establishment. He was there for approximately an hour and 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. During that time, he consumed 2 beers and a shot. He exited that location and was immediately contacted by Commander Cooper. Commander Cooper's attention was drawn to Mr. McPhee due to his erratic driving. He had driven kind of on the sidewalk as he exited the Castle Bar, and then proceeded down Broadway and turned onto the Highline Trail, which is a dirt trail, where Commander Cooper followed him and was eventually able to contact him. At that point, he was dealt with by Officer Carlson. The officers will describe how Mr. McPhee was intoxicated to the point that he was having difficulty controlling his motor skills. He had all the signs of consuming alcohol, and then proceeded to fail his roadsides and was eventually charged with a DUI. One of the issues that seems to be apparent in this case is the timing issue. The city is going to prove to you through the various testimony that you're going to hear, and also a receipt from the bar, that Mr. McPhee did finish drinking and close his tab at 6:45, and he was contacted by officers at 6:56. He was highly intoxicated, and we think on the conclusion of the evidence, we are going to be able to prove that he was overserved and violating all the sections in the code and the state statute and the regulation.
Evening.
Evening. Good evening, members of the authority. My name is Adam Stapin, S-T-A-P as in Peter, E-N, registration number 27506, appearing on behalf of the licensee. As the authority is aware, the law in this case is pretty clear. It's not strict liability. The law in this case is whether or not constructive knowledge exists wherein a reasonable person would have determined someone was intoxicated. In this case, we agree with the city attorney that those are essentially the facts that occurred. This gentleman, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, shows up, has 3 drinks, hour and a half later leaves. You're going to hear testimony from 2 bartenders who are going to say unequivocally this individual did not show any signs of intoxication. If he did show intoxication signs, he would have been denied just like they denied others under similar circumstances who walk in, who are intoxicated. They understand the criminal ramifications. They understand that the bar has ramifications financially. They understand that Tap Smith, the evidence will show, has turned this place around in the last 4 years, has gotten rid of the issues, has made it more of a food location, has taken full responsibility to ensure compliance with the laws. So we're talking 3 drinks for a person to get 0.2 whatever or higher. The evidence is going to show in this case that there was no signs of intoxication. So what's the disconnect? We believe the evidence is going to show that once this individual left our establishment and walked outside, maybe that's when the alcohol hit this individual. Maybe that's when he started showing signs. Maybe that's when he lost his motor skills. My understanding, the evidence is going to show this is 5th DUI. 5th DUI. This isn't somebody who's going to walk in there and have a couple beers and show a little intoxication and go outside. This is someone who could hold their alcohol quite well and did not show any signs. Maybe it was the cold air. Maybe it was something that hit him, but the evidence is going to show at the time that we served him and at the time that he was in our establishment, he was not showing any signs of visible intoxication. And based on that, and the law in this case that is crystal clear, that we're going to ask, and I think the evidence is going to show that you cannot hold my client responsible for that. If it's something that my client did, they would be more than willing to say we did something wrong. It's a good corporate citizen. He's proven, and the client has proven itself to you, to change this bar around. So that said, that's why we're here defending it, is that the evidence is going to show there was no signs of intoxication while this individual was under our watch.
One question. One of the statements was that he was a regular
Yes.
in the establishment, came in every Friday afternoon. Am I correct about that?
We'll let the evidence explain it, but there are statements being made, and I believe the statements will be, yes, the evidence will show that this is an individual who we have contact with, prior communication and contact with, and understand with this individual how he normally acts and how he doesn't normally act. So to answer your question, correct. We were fully aware of how this individual normally acts. Anything else?
The city calls Kenneth McPhee. Mr.
Your name,
McPhee?
please, sir. State your name, please.
Oh, Ken McPhee.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
It's M-C-P-H-E-E,
Thank you. Sir, where do you reside?
6851 South Clarkson
Okay.
in
And
Centennial.
are you familiar with the incident that occurred on September 14th, 2012, at the Castle Bar located at 6657 South Broadway in Littleton, Colorado?
Yes.
I'm going to back you up a little bit earlier than your contact with the police that evening. Did you work that day?
I worked half-day.
All right. And what would be considered a half-day to you?
I left at 11. I started at 7 that morning, or 6:30 probably.
And when you left at 11 from work, what do you do at work?
Well, what I did that day, I went directly to Sunset Grill on Holly and County Line. And I had 3 or 4 beers and 3 or 4 shots.
Approximately what time did you get to the Sunset Grill?
You know, I'd say about 1:45 till noon, something like that.
quarter to noon, you said?
Yeah, I think 6.
And how long did you remain at the Sunset Grill?
Probably an hour and a half or so. Boy, it's hard, it's 5 months ago, but at the best of my recollection.
Okay, and during that time when you were at the Sunset Grill, what type of beers were you drinking?
They were Bud Light,
And what type of shots?
Chihuahua.
Did you have any water at the Sunset Grill?
No.
And what about anything to eat when you're at the Sunset Grill? After about an hour and a half, what did you do?
I went home and slept for 2 or 3 hours.
After you took a nap, well, let me stop that question. After you took a nap, did you consume any water or any food at that point?
I might have had some water at home or something, but I really don't remember. Probably I had a little bit of water.
So at this point, approximately what time was it when you
I'd
finished your
say,
nap?
and again, this is kind of tough to remember, but I'd say about 4 o'clock or something. But boy, I guesstimates, but
Okay. When you woke up from your nap, what did you do?
well, stupidly, I went back to Sunset Grill and had 3 or 4 more beers and 3 or 4 more shots.
And what type of beers did you have?
But Bud Light and Chihuahua.
When you're at Sunset, did you consume any water,
I don't think so.
any other liquids? And what about food?
I don't think, no, I didn't have any.
Okay,
As I recall, but I don't think I did.
all right. What time, how long were you at the Sunset?
Probably another hour and a half or something like that. But boy, it's timeline's kind of tough. It could have been I got there at 3:30. I just don't remember, but I think I was probably there about an hour and a half.
Okay. After you left the Sunset, where'd you go?
I went to the castle.
And you're referring to the Castle Bar?
Right. I had a couple Bud Lights and a Chihuahua.
Had you been to the Castle Bar before?
Yes.
And you're indicating yes by nodding your head?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're nodding your head indicating yes?
Well, I'm sorry, I just can't.
You nodded your head indicating yes?
Yes. Yeah.
How often would you say you frequented the
I
Castle
probably
Bar?
go in there several times a week, maybe. Did anyway.
Are you familiar with the people who work at Castle Bar? And who are the bartenders that normally serve you?
Dawn, Carrie, and I don't remember the others.
And is Carrie a female?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is Carrie a female?
I think she is.
Okay. On this particular evening, if you had to put a time to when you arrived at Castle, approximately what time would it have been?
About 5:30ish, something like that. Maybe 5:15.
You indicated that you had ordered 2 Buds and a Chihuahua shot. What time did you leave Castle Bar?
It had to be around 6:30, I would say, because I got arrested 6:40 something, just right after I pulled out. And,
How did you pay for your liquor at Castle?
credit card.
Now, when you were at the Castle Bar, did you have any water or any other liquids? And what about food?
No. Sometimes I do. I didn't that night.
Were you offered any food or any water?
I don't think so.
During that time, where were you seated in the bar?
I was on the south end, as I recall.
And-
I think I was.
The south end of the actual bar?
Of the actual bar, yeah, kind of on the right-hand side. Or
Okay.
left-hand side, I'm sorry.
And was anyone seated near you?
I think it was fairly crowded, but I don't know if anybody was right next to me. It's 5 months ago, I just,
Did you converse with any of the bartenders that were working that night?
briefly,
And
I might have said like hi to Dawn, but not for any length of time.
So you possibly said hi.
Hi, and then ordered something, you know.
Any other conversation?
You know, not that night.
Okay.
Sometimes when it's not that busy, I might have, but not.
Now, who was the bartender that served you?
Dawn. As I recall, I think it was Dawn. But you know.
And when you were served the two shot, or the two beers in the shot, did Dawn make any attempt to converse with you, any sort of interaction?
No, I don't think so. She was pretty busy, as I recall. Maybe, you know, how's it going or something, but not that much.
Is this difficult for you to be here tonight?
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a horrible 5 months, but, you know,
Okay.
not the same person.
And is it difficult for you to testify against the people that work at the castle? And you're nodding your head yes?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
I like the people there. You know, I know I'll probably never go back there, but, you know, I genuinely liked them.
Now, you indicated earlier that you had paid with a credit card. Do you remember filling out the paperwork?
I do remember signing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you Exhibit G. Sir, does that paperwork look familiar to you?
Yes, I just scribbled on there, but that looks like me.
And does it look like your handwriting where it indicates the tip and the total?
I think so.
Okay.
I just kind of,
And on that particular exhibit, if you could look at the top, do you see the date and the time of the,
looks like 6:43.
and does that appear to be correct to you?
You know, I think so, because, you know, I was arrested very shortly after.
When, after you paid for your tab, what's evidenced by Exhibit G, did you immediately leave the bar?
Yes.
And you're nodding yes?
Yes, I got right in my car
And when you say you got right in your car, did you just exit the bar? And
yeah, I just exited the bar and went right to my car and started it.
did you talk to anybody on your way out? And you're shaking your head no? And where was your vehicle parked in relation to the bar?
It was on the south side also, kind of near the back.
How far was it from the door?
How far back?
How far was your vehicle from the door?
Oh, 30 feet maybe, something like that.
Do you remember the weather that evening?
I think it was pretty nice. It was kind of warm, nice.
You exited the bar, got into your vehicle. What did you do next?
I pulled out the front exit and I cut off the commander, basically. There's a big sign there, but that's no excuse.
Big sign, what are you referring to?
Oh, there's a sign, the castle, and sometimes it can obscure vehicles coming. But I mean, I don't have any excuses. I literally cut them off, almost caused an accident.
Okay. Did you see him?
I don't think I did. Or maybe I thought I had enough space and I wasn't.
When you exited the driveway of the castle, did you run over the sidewalk at all? Do you remember?
I don't remember that.
What direction on Broadway did you head?
Went south.
When you went south, what happened next?
Well, I saw the flashing red and blue lights, and And I pulled in basically into Highline Canal, you know.
When you pulled into Highline Canal, why'd you do that?
You know, I think I was so intoxicated, I didn't know, looking back. At the time, I didn't think so, but, you know, I shouldn't have been driving.
Highline Canal, what type of surface is that trail?
Yeah, I think it was dirt. I believe, don't remember exactly now.
And do you remember how wide that trail is?
No, not really.
When you were on the trail, did the officer follow you?
They followed me in there and then, you know, had me get out. I failed the sobriety test. And so,
Do you remember doing the sobriety test?
I'm sorry. What?
Do you remember performing the sobriety test?
Yeah, and I knew I wasn't doing very well on it.
You were ultimately charged with the DUI? You're nodding your head yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
You're nodding your head yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And did you resolve that matter?
Yes, it was resolved on, I think, the 14th of January in Arapahoe County Court.
And essentially you took a plea in that case?
You know, we took initially on, I think it was November 23rd, my attorney met with the DA's office, and they gave us a little bit of a plea, but we thought we could do better. But we didn't early on mid-January. But, you know, we didn't really want to go to trial. And the judge gave me a little bit of a break, 6 months probation. I could have had 2. And no jail time or the ankle bracelet. So.
Okay. So that entire case was finalized in January as far as the plea went. Now, I had initially contacted you through your attorney, correct?
Right, and we were still in the middle of it with the first time I think you left a phone message, and I called my lawyer and he talked to you.
And your attorney is aware that you're here tonight testifying?
You know, I don't know if he knows about the hearing, but I don't know if he knows if it, you know, what happened. I don't think we did I didn't until today, and I didn't call my attorney.
Okay. And your attorney had initially given you permission to talk to me after the resolution of the matter, but before the resolution of the matter told you not to talk to me?
Well, before it was resolved, he told me not, you know, I had immunity, but after it was resolved, I didn't.
Thank you. Mr. McPhee, I don't have any further questions, but remain where you are. Mr. Stapin will probably have some questions for you.
Sir? It's like a little roulette, you got to turn around. I'm over here now.
Okay.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay.
Good. When you pled to the DUI, was that your first DUI?
Yes.
That was your first DUI?
Yes.
You don't remember coming into Castle Bar and Grill after this occurred, telling the bartender that that was your 5th DUI, and then there, after being 86 from the bar, never allowed to return?
I never said that. I never had 5 DUI.
No?
No, I never said that.
Are you allowed back in the bar at this time?
No.
So you were 86 from the bar? And you're telling me you don't remember walking in and telling the bartender who's going to testify that you told her that was your 5th DUI, and she said, "Get out of here, we don't want you here, we didn't know you had
No,
5 DUIs."
That never happened.
Okay. Do you know what your blood alcohol was that night?
It was high, it was 2.02.
2.02? And you have a pretty good recollection of what occurred that night for having that
The
high.
only reason I do is because I've been through the whole court procedure, and I read the evidence, and I've talked to my lawyer. I didn't at the time.
Well, okay, there you go. Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So at the time,
You know what, they told me, I take that back at the police department, I asked what's the BAC, and he said 2.02.
and what does that mean to you, 2.02?
That didn't mean much to me at the time. because I'd never had a DUI before.
When you entered Castle Bar and Grill that night, did you tell the bartenders what you just testified to previously? That you got off work at 11 o'clock, you went to Sunset, had 3 beers, 3 shots, went home, took a nap, went back to Sunset, had 3 beers, or 4 beers, 4 shots, and then showed up at the Castle?
No, no.
When you walked into the Castle Bar and Grill, isn't it true that you had a conversation with Don Norby?
I don't remember, I might have said hi, and I don't remember any more than that, to be honest with you.
What about a woman named Miss Robin? Oh my gosh. Danny Robin. Do you remember having a conversation with Danny Robin?
No, I don't.
You do not. The handwriting on Exhibit G, you said that was your handwriting that you put in the actual dollar figures?
Yes.
You did? And do you have a copy of Exhibit G? Because my review of Exhibit G, if you look in front of you, does the authority have Exhibit G?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point in time, when you signed and put the dollar, or I should say the numbers on this receipt, theoretically, you're at a .202 BAC. If you look at your handwriting there, the 3.00 and the 16.50, that's your normal handwriting, is it not?
Yes.
There's-
It is my handwriting.
Yeah, but that's normally how you'd write these numbers, right?
Well, I'm not a handwriting expert, but
But you can look at your own handwriting. How old are you, sir?
58.
Okay, and I take it you've been writing numbers and...
No, I wrote that in. I don't know if I'd been stone sober, if it might have been a little clearer than that, but
But more likely than not, that's your normal handwriting.
yes, I'd say.
Okay. You have since been 86 from this bar, correct? And what does 86 mean to you?
I can't go back in there.
And do you recall a conversation you had with the bar tenders or bar owner that led to you being 86th?
You know, I came in there the next day, actually, and Carrie told me that I shouldn't come, or wasn't Carrie, maybe it was this, I forget who it was, but she said, you know, Tap texted me and you really should take a break from coming in here, and I said, okay. And then I found out weeks and weeks later that I was really 86 because of all this going on right now. I shouldn't come in, and I haven't done that.
Okay, so peel the onion here. You went in the day after this occurred, and did you tell the bartenders that you were arrested for a DUI that night? Because prior to you telling them, they had no knowledge of you being...
No, I mentioned it, and she got a text from Tap and said, you know, we really can't serve you. I said, okay.
And do you recall going back a couple weeks later?
No, you know, I do remember, it was after I didn't have my license anymore. I was between buses, and I went in there, and Carrie was there, and she said, can you be in here? And I said, well, I don't know. And she said, well, let me check. And she said, I'm sorry, you've been 86th. So I walked out and waited for my bus.
Okay. How does alcohol affect you?
Not well. You know, I've learned a lot taking these classes. I've taken 12 weeks of education classes. I'll be taking probably 26 of therapy. And I don't think I realized that stays in your system. You know, it goes .0015 every hour, it drops down, but I didn't know that. And I was kind of pretty ignorant about the whole thing. No wonder I didn't. I could have caused an accident that night, I think, but.
Okay, but you would agree with me, well, let me ask you this. Does alcohol affect you a certain way, meaning that if you have 1 beer, you feel one way, 2 beers, you feel another way, and there's a point where you lose your ability to talk normal, or you're cognizant?
Oh, I'm sure, definitely. You get to the point, especially where I was.
Okay, and do you recall that night when you lost that ability?
No, I do not.
Okay. So is it true, or I should say, well, I'll leave it at that. And you have a pretty good recollection of you leaving the bar. So you testified, you left the bar, you remember leaving, got in the car, you drove, you almost hit somebody, you remember the flashing lights, you pulled off on Highline Canal to stop for the flashing police officer for the flashing lights, and you got out. Do you recall telling the police officer you thought you were on Arapahoe Road?
I knew, I was on, I was going down Broadway. I think I was going to go down Taco Bell or something. But
I just, my 2 cents, I find your recollection, well, I'll save that for later. Did you cut a deal with the Denver, with the Arapahoe District Attorney for your cooperation here?
no,
So your attorney didn't tell the district attorney, after speaking with the city attorney here, that we're going to cooperate at this, or are you aware? You don't know?
I don't know, but I believe it was strictly with the Arapahoe County DA. And initially on, I think it was right after Thanksgiving, 23rd of November, I went to court, and my lawyer talked to the DA, and he said, well, we'll eliminate jail time and the ankle restraint. But my lawyer thought maybe we could do a little better. Another 7 weeks, I finished up classes. Didn't budge on their initial deal. My lawyer said, no, I'd go to trial, and I agreed with him. And the judge gave me a break on the judge herself.
Who was the judge?
Dana Murray. It was my first offense, and no prior record, but, it's still severe.
Excuse me, Mr. McVeigh. I need to ask you to speak more into the microphone. I know you don't want to face the attorney and answer his questions.
Yeah, it's kind of,
but
it's a little awkward.
No, that's okay.
That's a good angle right there. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
I have some follow-up. You indicated that your first offer made at Arapahoe County was what date?
I believe it was the 23rd of November.
And that was the time they basically made you the same offer that you ultimately accepted. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah. And my attorney said, well, it's an okay offer, but anyway, they didn't budge on that.
Do you remember when I contacted you for the first time?
I remember the phone message, and I thought, you said, I'd like to talk to you, and I knew I was in the middle of this case, and I better call my lawyer.
Was it before or after November 23rd?
I think it was after, I believe. But when I actually talked to you directly, it was after the resolution of the case. I remember that.
Does January 4th of this year ring a bell as the date that I contacted you?
I don't remember. It might have been. I do remember the phone message from you, and I called my lawyer, and he said, well, I'll call her right away. And he said, if I don't call you back, then we resolved it for the time being, But, and then after, you left a message, or you called, I believe, my attorney, and asked if you could talk to me. And he said yes, because, I pled guilty, and I don't have immunity anymore. So then we played phone tag for a while, but I finally, a few days later, we talked directly. I think he called me at work. I talked.
Did your attorney ever tell you that either I or the Arapahoe DA had made promises that if you cooperated in this matter, they would be more lenient in the other matter? Now, you were asked a couple questions about at what point the liquor was affecting you. Let's talk about when you were at Castle Bar. You arrived there approximately 5:30 that evening and were there until approximately 6:43. During that time, do you remember the alcohol affecting you?
You know, I can't say I do. I don't know, I might have had slurred speech. I don't think I talked to too many people.
And when you say you can't say you do, is that because you're having difficulty remembering? Or is that because?
I thought I was, frankly, I thought I was doing okay because I had the nap, you know, and didn't have, it was stupid. I didn't know I was.
But as you indicated in my direct examination of you, approximately 9 or so minutes later, when the officers contacted you, at that point you knew you were not doing well. And you're nodding yes?
Yes, yeah. I knew I couldn't walk the straight line, and they handcuffed me, and
Thank you.
right thing to do.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I have no further questions, sorry.
Questions?
So this was a Friday afternoon?
It was a Friday afternoon.
Okay.
Like I said, I worked half day on Friday. I think that's really, no excuses, but that's what got me in trouble. So, yeah.
So is this typical for your Friday afternoon?
You know,
when
it
get
had
off?
gotten into that routine. I'm afraid, and anyway, I learned my lesson, but it's,
So not so much anymore. Okay, good.
it's,
I have a question for you. When you signed your tab, were you finished with your drinks, or did you sign your tab and then finish your drink? Take a few
I
minutes
believe
to
I was
finish your
finished with
drink?
my drinks.
Okay.
And, I actually pathetically thought, well, that's I haven't had that many, and I didn't want to get any more, and, but,
You are a regular at the castle on Friday afternoons, do I understand that correctly?
no, I did come in pretty regularly on, usually late Friday afternoons.
Do you frequently stop somewhere else and drink heavily before you
Well,
go in?
I was in a habit there on Fridays of going to the Sunset Grill before, and then going to the castle, but I think that day I did it more than, I went back a second time to Sunset, and
When you say you were in a habit, had that been weeks or months that you had been doing that? Do you remember?
oh, did I what?
When you say it had become a habit, going to, getting off work, going to Sunset, and then going to the castle.
Yeah, sometimes I'd go straight home and then maybe just go to Sunset and go back home, or maybe just go to the castle. It wasn't always like twice at Sunset and then
So
to the castle.
sometimes you'd go straight to the castle, sometimes you go to the
Sometimes,
Sunset,
right.
and then go to the castle.
Yeah,
Back to the receipt, obviously, he asked you some questions about the numbers. Is that what your signature normally would look like? I mean, is that how you would normally sign something?
a lot of times I'll just scribble real fast on there, but I, with that high BAC, I probably couldn't, I don't know if I could have written my name very well anyway.
I object, that's speculation.
This is your first DUI,
Yeah.
but statistically, not necessarily you as an individual, but statistically, when one gets a DUI, they have driven, and I don't have the exact number in my head anymore, but it is a substantial number of times that they've driven before they're stopped. So I have a question, and this is in no way to demean you at all.
Okay.
Do you drink at home as well?
I really don't.
You don't, just you're a bar drinker.
Yeah,
And
was.
I understand that. Do you think that you, at the point you went to Castle, with whatever history you had back of that, had developed a drinking problem, that it was a problem for you?
I think it had developed into one. I'd quit a couple years before. I'd quit totally for 9 months, and then gradually got back, and work would get stressful, and it's just excuses, but Yeah, I think it'd become a problem.
And would you say these times had been drinking to excess?
I'd say so. Although, I don't know if I realized it back then. I wasn't, until I took these classes and everything, and I was pretty ignorant. I mean, I guess I didn't know how high, I didn't know anything about blood alcohol content or a lot of this stuff I was ignorant about. But I shouldn't have been even drinking and driving at all. You look back, I mean, that's kind of the bottom line. I could have injured or killed somebody.
So in your own estimation, at the time that this incident occurred, do you think that you had developed a pretty good tolerance to alcohol?
I'd say that's probably true.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to get on and let the attorney present the rest of her case.
Any further questions?
No further questions for me. Thank you, sir.
You're excused, Mr. McPhee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
City Council Commander Cooper. Will you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Trent Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R,
Where are you employed?
Littleton Police Department.
As a police officer?
Yep.
And what is your title?
Commander.
And what does that mean?
It's kind of mid-level supervision. We have corporals, sergeants, commanders, and 2 levels of supervision above. So it's, at that time, I was the one of the division commanders in the patrol division.
And how long have you worked as a officer?
25 years.
And has that all been in Littleton?
No, I'm 15 years in Littleton.
And where has your other experience been?
Wheat Ridge.
Were you working on September 14th, 2012 at approximately 6:56 p.m.?
Yes.
And what were you doing that evening?
At that point, I was just on routine patrol. I was driving southbound on Broadway, about the 6600 block.
And is it normal for a commander to be on routine patrol?
Generally, we spend a portion of our shift on patrol because it's our job to supervise the sergeants and the other officers that are out on the street.
All right, and why don't you describe what you observed happening at approximately 6:56 as you were heading south on Broadway?
I was in the number 2 lane, which is the lane closest to the curb, and I'm just driving southbound, and a silver Toyota pickup truck came out of the Castle parking lot, had sort of half missed the driveway, so was partially kind of bouncing over the curb as it came out onto Broadway, and I had to brake almost to a complete stop to avoid a collision with the truck.
How fast had you been traveling prior to having to brake your vehicle?
I would estimate 30 to 35.
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
Chevy Tahoe,
A marked unit?
marked unit, yes.
Was it dark?
No, it wasn't dark at that time of the year.
And do you remember what the weather was like that evening?
It was clear, warm, dry.
Your Chevy Tahoe, you indicated it's marked. Is it one of the typical Littleton patrol officers?
Yeah, fully
patrol
marked, black
vehicles?
and white, big push bumper on the front, overhead lights, spotlights on the sides of the windshield,
And obviously a fairly large vehicle?
very large.
You said you had to brake almost to a complete stop. How slow would you say you went down to?
Probably 5 miles an hour, I would estimate.
How close were you to hitting Mr. McPhee's vehicle?
Best of my recollection, I'd say 3 to 5 feet.
What did you do?
Well, he continued out of the parking lot onto Broadway and turned south on Broadway in the number 2 lane there, so I was immediately behind him. I immediately activated my overhead lights to try to stop him, and he didn't stop right away.
Did he make any movements that indicated he was going to be stopping?
He had turned off of Broadway on a basically, it appears to be a driveway, where the curb is sort of sunk down lower than the rest of the curb, and it's just an access point to the Highline Canal, and he turned there, and initially my assumption was he was just turning into there because it was the first convenient place for him to turn and get out of traffic on Broadway, but once he turned onto the Highline Canal, he continued.
How far is that access point to the Highline Canal from the exit of Castle Bar?
I would estimate maybe 100 yards.
When he continued on Highline Canal, approximately how far did he go?
Well, he went all the way to Euclid Street. He went north. The Highline Canal kind of curves westerly and northerly from there, and he continued until the first street intersection where the Highline crosses the street again, and that's Euclid Avenue, and it's about 3/10 of a mile.
And during this time, what were you doing?
I was right behind him with my lights activated, and I think at a couple of times I'd activated my siren as well.
As you're driving behind him from the moment he turns onto Broadway, how would you describe his driving?
Well, he was, he was traveling probably faster than he should have been under the circumstances, given, a relatively narrow dirt pathway. I do know that, I didn't see them as we approached, obviously, because he was in front of me, but a couple of pedestrians had to kind of step off into the weeds to get out of the way. It's a multi-use path that's primarily used by walkers and cyclists, and so it's pretty heavily traveled by pedestrians primarily, and I know that there were a couple of people that were out there that had to jump out of the way to, get out of his way to keep from getting run over.
Did you see him use his brake lights at any point as he traveled down Broadway and then onto the Highline Canal?
I don't recall. I mean, I certainly saw him use his brake lights as he made that turn off of Broadway onto the Highline Canal, but I don't recall from there until he came to a rest.
Any brake lights when he almost, when the pedestrians had to veer off the path?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
You indicated he went about 3/10 of a mile.
Yes.
And what did he do after traveling 3/10 of a mile?
Well, he came to Euclid Street, which is where the trail ends, essentially, and crosses Euclid, and he came to a stop. I pulled in behind him, and he immediately got out of the car and started walking back towards my patrol car.
What did you do when he did that?
I got out of my car right away and directed him back to his car.
What type of, what observations did you make about his condition initially?
Well, it was clear that he was unsteady on his feet. His gait was irregular, using the car for balance. Based on my training and experience, it was quite obvious that he was intoxicated.
What did you do?
Well, I followed him up to his car. He complied when I requested that he return to his car, and he turned around and again, kind of staggered back to his car, and I was right behind him. And when we got back to his driver's door, I asked him for his driver's license and registration and insurance, and at the same time, I looked around the inside of his car to see if there were any alcohol or any other contraband that was in plain view.
Was there any alcohol or anything in plain view?
Nope.
When you asked him for his information, was he still standing outside the vehicle?
He was.
And what did you do next?
I just waited for him to get it out because he had difficulty getting it out.
And when you say, let me stop you, when you say he had difficulty getting out the items, could you describe that in more detail?
Well, he just was uncoordinated in fumbling with his wallet, fumbling with the documentation. He just, clearly was having difficulty with his motor skills in producing the driver's license and the registration on the car.
And where was the wallet located?
I remember it was in the back pocket of his pants.
Approximately how long did it take him to furnish those items to you?
I would estimate maybe 30 seconds to a minute.
Would you say that was longer than normal, or?
Significantly longer than normal, sure.
What happened next?
He finally gave me his driver's license. I asked him what his address was. I asked him if he knew where he was. He replied that he kind of looked around, appeared to be confused as to where he was, and he finally answered that he thought he was at Arapahoe Road. He provided me with his address, which was the same address that was on the driver's license. You know, I compared his picture to the person to make sure the driver's license was the one, belonged to the person that I was talking to. I asked him, I believe I asked him how long he'd been at the castle, obviously knowing that that's where he had come from, and he had replied about an hour, I think. I just took his documentation, called for a cover car. Cover cars were already on the way because I called out on the radio that he was failing to yield initially, and just went back to my patrol car and waited for my cover to arrive, which was Officer Carlson.
Okay, when you were having the conversation with him, did you notice any other indicia of intoxication?
Yeah, I mean, heavily slurred speech, heavy odor of alcoholic beverage on his breath, bloodshot eyes, unsteady on his feet, standing there, kind of leaning against the car to maintain his balance.
When Officer Carlson arrived, did he take over the investigation?
He did.
And what did you do at that point?
Well, normally what we do, just because intoxicated people can be unpredictable, when one officer is conducting the standard field sobriety test, there's a second officer there that we call the cover officer, and we just kind of stand off to the side in a position where, if the individual becomes combative, we can deal with it.
And then you became the cover officer?
Yes.
And what did you observe when you were the cover officer?
Well, Officer Carlson proceeded to direct him on the standard roadsides, and he was unable to complete them satisfactorily. In fact, I think he did so poorly on the walk and turn that we decided to terminate the roadsides because he was barely able to stand, and we were in fear of him falling down and hurting himself.
You had indicated on your report that it was approximately 6:55 was when you
Yes.
observed Mr. McPhee exit the castle?
Approximately, yes.
Did he make any statements to you about how much he had to drink at the castle bar?
I believe he told me he had 3 drinks. I think he told me he had 2 beers and a shot.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Commander, good evening. Sir. Did you have an opportunity to witness this individual while he was at Castle Bar and Grill?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Commander Cooper, when you gave him the field sobriety test, was that on the dirt road of the Highline Canal or on a paved surface?
It was on the dirt on the Highline Canal.
Was that rather smooth or?
Yeah, it's relatively smooth. I mean, it's fairly well packed down because of the nature of it's
No
actually
washboards or anything like that?
Not that I can recall, no.
Can you just confirm for me, so the time, you said it was about 6:55?
Yes.
When he pulled out in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how long had elapsed by the time, excuse me, he took roadside sobriety test?
I would say no more than 10 minutes. I mean, it was probably, I had him stopped within 3 or 4 minutes, I would guess, and Officer Carlson arrived a short time later, and then it's just our standard procedure that we would immediately proceed to the roadsides.
Commander, you stated it was 6:55. That was, or approximately 6:55.
Approximately, yes.
And that was based on what?
That would be the dispatch times, the times that, when I called out and dispatch would record that time in the computer, creating what we call a call for service, and all the radio transmissions as well as the timestamps are recorded on computer.
While it is approximate, it's actually pretty close.
It's pretty close, yeah.
Thank you.
In your opinion, he indicated all the signs of intoxication, or many of the signs of being intoxicated?
Oh, without question, clear, yeah.
And did you give him the breath test there, or was this done later?
Well, I didn't administer it, but as a matter of procedure, we have a breath testing, a certified breath, my apologies. We have a certified breath testing machine here at the station, and so
Okay.
we would conduct the roadsides out in the field, arrest the subject. If we thought there were probable cause for the arrest, bring him back here and then conduct the breath test after, there are certain procedures that need to be adhered to.
Okay.
Commander Cooper, first of all, I am very happy that you weren't injured in this incident. Citizens, I don't realize or I dwell on the fact that police officers are out there on the job, and just unexpectedly, something can come up that would endanger your well-being or life. And citizens of Littleton, Colorado are very proud of our police department. The one question I have for you, have you ever observed a person with a breathalyzer test at point 3?
I have.
And what was their condition?
Well, somebody who would allow themselves to get that drunk, for one, is a chronic drinker, and for two, even a chronic drinker at that blood alcohol level would be nearly non-functional. That's an extraordinarily high blood alcohol level that would severely endanger the health of normal people.
Indeed, a lot of people, particularly someone that did not consume a lot of alcohol, might well be dead at that point 3.
I would say most people probably would be. Well, they would probably go unconscious before they were able to consume enough alcohol to get to that point. But yeah, if you were capable of getting to that point, college kids do it all the time with binge drinking and get their alcohol that high, and it becomes a significant health issue at that point.
And would be really severely impaired.
Oh, without question.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
I thought Mr. McPhee told us his blood alcohol was 2.02.
That's right. This is, point 3 is quite a notch, I think Commander Cooper will confirm, above that point 2.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual for somebody to have a blood alcohol level that high. Pretty common for us to find DUIs that are at 0.2 and thereabouts, but they're still clearly intoxicated.
Unfortunately, I have at one time, my best friend who has passed away because of alcohol. Took him to the hospital once, and sitting, how long you can sit at a hospital in emergency, was at a 0.3 and very functional.
I've seen 0.6.
That's rare, I understand, but there are folks out there.
You've seen 0.6?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. A walking, talking 0.6, but that's a very rare, lifelong chronic alcohol.
Superman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commander.
City Calls Officer Carlson. State your name for the record and spell your last name.
It's Officer Sean Carlson, C-A-R-L-S-O-N.
Where are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the City of Littleton.
And how long have you been a police officer with Littleton?
Since April 14th of 2005.
You work in any other jurisdictions?
I worked here initially as a dispatcher, and then I spent 2.5 years as an Explorer Scout with the Arvada Police Department.
Were you working on September 14th, approximately 6:56 thereabouts?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to assist Commander Cooper in this particular matter?
Yes, I did.
When you responded, how much time had elapsed from the moment the first call went out to the moment that you arrived on the Highline Canal where Commander Cooper was with Mr. McPhee?
At the time Commander Cooper made his first radio traffic, I was actually attending to a two-car injury accident at West Mineral and South Park Drive. Because Commander Cooper indicated that the vehicle was not stopping and had just turned onto the Highline Canal, I responded at a greater rate than just a typical response. Does not qualify for an emergency response with lights and sirens, but it does indicate a need to get there faster. So I made it there rather quickly.
Any idea how quickly?
That time of day, rush hour is almost over, so I could probably make it there in 4 minutes.
And what did you observe when you came on scene?
Commander Cooper advised that they were northbound on the Highline Canal Trail, and so that I wouldn't get behind him, I actually came in off of Broadway and Euclid, and I was able to block the northbound traffic on the canal trail with my patrol vehicle. But at that point, Mr. McPhee and Commander Cooper were already out of their vehicles.
And what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I briefly spoke to Commander Cooper as to what he had observed, gotten his brief synopsis of the events, and was given the driver's license registration and information for Mr. McPhee. And at that point, I began my interview as well as investigation of Mr. McPhee.
And where did that occur?
That occurred on the canal trail, just 30 feet south of West Euclid Avenue.
Okay, and what did you do first?
I began by just simply observing Mr. McPhee, and then I asked him some questions about where he'd come from, where he was going, and based off my observations, how much he'd been drinking.
And what would you say were your observations of his physical appearance?
Mr. McPhee had red, bloodshot, watery eyes. He had slow, thick-tongued speech. There was an overpowering, heavy odor of alcohol or a non-alcoholic beverage. He was having a hard time almost following the conversation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He was having difficulty following the conversation.
Thank you.
And he was leaning up against his car, and every time he'd take any movement forward, he'd lose his balance. So he was unsteady.
You indicated he was having a hard time following the conversation. Was he able to answer the questions that you were posing to him?
Yeah, ultimately he was able to give proper answers to the questions, but there was some time delay as well as some extended thought for a very basic conversational question.
Extended thought, did you say?
Yeah, he had to think about it for a second before he could answer.
And that extended thought, was it unusual for the questions that you were posing?
I would say yes, based off of my experience.
And what type of questions were you posing at this point?
Where are you coming from? Where are you going? Where do you live? What's your address? Can I get your phone number? How much have you had to drink tonight?
So questions that should be relatively easy.
Yes.
Now, at some point, you wanted him to perform some roadsides.
Yes.
And was that after you had made these initial observations?
Yes, it was after the initial questioning as well as the initial observations of his indicia of alcohol.
And before we get into roadsides, he had made some statements to you regarding how much he had been drinking. What were those statements?
He stated that he had had a couple of beers and he was drinking at the Castle Bar.
When you started to perform the roadsides, why don't you start at the beginning and tell us what you do?
I initially asked, I indicated to Mr. McPhee that I had concerns about his ability to safely operate a motor vehicle and to get home safely at that time. I then asked, basically I used the same steps with every single person. That's why the road signs are standardized. You do everything the same way, so there's consistency. So the next question I would have for Mr. McPhee was, are you willing to perform some voluntary roadside maneuvers to make sure you're safely able to get home this evening? And he responded with, sure.
So what did you do next?
At that point, I asked Mr. McPhee if he has contacts or eyeglasses. I don't recall if he did at that point. I don't believe he did. Check for any recent head injuries, any recent concussions, and then I start with the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, and then proceed through the walk and turn and the one leg stand standardized test in that order.
And how did he do on the tests?
On the horizontal gaze nystagmus, he received a score of 6 out of 6, which means he indicated on all 3 clues on both eyes.
And what does that mean to the average layperson?
Well, based off of the standardized field sobriety test, if you get more than 4 out of the 6 clues indicated from the test, there is I believe it's it's an 80%, I can't recall specifically, I think it's an 80% accuracy rating that you're over 0.08. So 80% of the time, if you get 4 or more clues, you're over that legal limit.
And he had 6 of the 6?
Yes.
And so what does that typically mean?
That he is well over that 0.08.
What other tests did you perform?
The next test would be the walk and turn test. Walk and turn is broken into 2 phases, or 2 stages. The first stage is an instruction stage, which I have the individual take a standing position, right foot in front of left, heel touching toe with hands down at the sides, and they have to remain in that position while I do all of my instructions. It is a scoreable portion of the test, and then from there we do the actual walk and turn test or stage where they complete the test as I've administered it or instructed them to do so.
And how did you do on the walk and turn instruction phase and then the actual test?
I'm currently drawing a blank. I'd have to refresh my memory from my notes. I didn't have my field notes in the packet I was reviewing.
Why don't you take a look at your field notes and let us know when you've been able to refresh recollection?
Okay.
Were you sufficiently able to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And how did you do?
During the instruction phase, there's 2 points possible, and I don't indicate on my report that he scored on either one of those, which is starting too soon or cannot keep balance. And then on the actual administration of the test, there's 6 possible clues, and he got 5 out of the 6. I believe it was.
And what does that mean?
With the walk and turn, if you get more than 2 clues out of the 8, there's sufficient evidence, and I don't remember the exact percentage, that they are indeed over that 0.08. And based off of the standardized field sobriety test and the field studies and the laboratory studies they've done, if you get more than 4 on the HGN and more than 2 on the walk and turn, it raises your accuracy level of indeed over that 0.08 by a substantial percentage. Takes it from the 80% and the 70-something percent and bumps it up to like 87, 88%.
Any other tests that you performed?
The last test would be the one leg stand, but at that point, based off of the performance on the walk and turn, Mr. McPhee falling over, barely able to keep his balance, I did not have him perform the one leg stand for his own safety in mind.
And in what portion of the walk and turn did he fall over? The 6 clues you're looking for on the walk and turn test and during the administration phase or stage, it's actually called the walk and turn stage. You're looking for Mrs. Heel to toe, whether or not they stop walking, raises their arms for balance, an improper turn, wrong number of steps,
Oh, steps off the line. I knew it was there. So those are the 6 things we're checking for, and the only one he didn't, I believe the only one he didn't score was the stops walking. He scored all 5 of the others, and to a significant amount that on the walk, on the Mrs. Heel to Toe, he missed all 9 going down and all 9 coming back. He stepped off the line numerous times. Basically every single step and every single check he missed throughout the entire test except for stop walking.
The one-legged stand, you made a decision to not have him do that
Correct.
test. Did it have anything to do with the ground or the conditions out
No,
on the Highline Canal?
nothing with his physical condition, nothing with the environmental conditions, simply the fact that he had such an unsteady, had problems with being steady on his feet, and his balance was so poor during the walk and turn. Typically, I can stand back and observe the walk and turn, but with Mr. McPhee, I had to walk along with him in case he would fall over. I wanted to be in a position where I could catch him quickly.
Now, you had indicated that you probably arrived on scene about 4 minutes after Commander Cooper's call out. From the moment you arrived on scene to the moment you completed all the roadsides that we've talked about, how much time do you believe had elapsed?
Less than 10 minutes.
After completing the roadsides, what did you do with Mr. McPhee?
At that point, I advised him he was under arrest and placed him into handcuffs. Did a search incident to arrest and then placed him in the back of my patrol vehicle.
Did he have any alcohol on his person when you did
No,
the
he did
search
not.
incident?
And there was none in the car after he was secured.
You searched the car also?
Yes.
Was there any empty bottles or anything like that in the vehicle?
No, none that we found.
And after doing all that, what did you do next?
At that time, I'll advise them of Colorado's express consent law, and at that point, I'm giving them the opportunity to take a blood test or a breath test. They do have a right to refuse a test, but in this case, ultimately, Mr. McPhee selected a breath test.
And when was that conducted?
The test was conducted in accordance with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's rules and regulations at approximately, I believe it was 1956, after going through the 20-minute observation period and everything else that's required.
Okay, so approximately, well, where was that test completed?
It was completed here at the Littleton Police Department in our DUI processing area.
And how much time elapsed from the moment you arrived on scene to the moment the blood alcohol test was taken?
The time of Commander Cooper's initial call-out was 1856. The test was conducted at 1956, so it was an hour from first contact to completed results.
And did you take that? Did you take the breath samples?
I didn't take, I performed the breath test, yes.
Okay. Sorry. And what was the result?
What were your results?
9 o'clock?
I'd have some explaining to do. The results were a 0.202 BRAC for breath alcohol content.
After that was completed, what did you do?
At that point, I don't recall if he was taken to detox or if he was released to a sober party. I don't recall. But ultimately, after I had completed my investigation with Mr. McPhee, I responded back to the Castle Bar and Grill and conducted an on-scene investigation there.
Okay, before we get into that, during the time from 6:56 to about 7:56, when the final testing was completed, did you make any additional observations on any sort of change in Mr. McPhee's intoxication state?
Not significant. He was intoxicated. He was still unsteady. His eyes were still red and bloodshot, watery. He still stunk at alcohol or an unknown alcoholic beverage, and he was much more subdued and much more quiet. But he was cooperative and basically just intoxicated.
Did you notice during that hour time period his intoxication level getting greater?
I wouldn't say that there's any one sign to indicate that. He didn't start vomiting, he didn't pass out or black out, and he didn't urinate or defecate. So there was no major sign, but he was still just drunk.
Okay. So no signs that he had either was getting more intoxicated as the hour went on, or no signs that he was getting less intoxicated. Would that be fair?
Yeah, he was just consistently intoxicated.
I believe we've established that this gentleman was drunk. Do you have something else to add to this, or we've heard the story of how he got there and where he went to jail, and I feel sorry for the man, but is there something else that we need to know?
There's other things that you need to know, and just,
Okay, well,
it's my burden, so I have
okay.
to establish the case.
Okay.
So getting to Castle, you returned, approximately what time did you return to the bar?
I don't recall. I don't recall the exact time that I got back there.
Okay, but it was sometime that evening?
Oh, yeah, it was that night.
And what did you do when you returned back to Castle?
I contacted the bartender, Don Norby, and requested a sale receipt for Mr. McPhee.
Was that provided to you?
Yes, it was. We had to go into the back office, and she had to look through the credit card slips because the drawer had already been closed out for a change of shift or something. And at that point, she was able to provide me a copy of it off the copy maker in her back office.
Officer, I'm going to hand you Exhibit G. What is that?
That is the signed credit card slip and the actual sales receipt from the Castle Bar and Grill for Mr. McPhee.
Okay, and on the side, I believe it's side 1, where Mr. McPhee signed it.
Yes.
What is the time on that side?
The time is listed as 6:43 p.m.
And then on side 2, is that the receipt from when the Castle Bar actually finalized the transaction, including the tip?
Correct.
And approximately what time was it finalized?
It shows finalized at 6:45 p.m.
Did you request any other evidence from the bar?
I think we had a discussion as to whether or not, or how he paid, and what he had consumed.
Did the bar have any sort of videotape?
I did ask for surveillance, but she wasn't able to pull it up at that point.
Did the bar have surveillance tapes?
They do have a camera system in the bar, and I don't remember what kind of system they have, so how they'd have to pull it off of there.
And did you request that video surveillance be furnished to you?
I believe so. I asked her if she could get it, and she said she'd have to talk to management, but they were instructed to save it if they had it.
And was that ever provided to you?
Not to me directly, no.
To your knowledge, was it ever provided to Littleton Police Department?
I don't believe so.
The video surveillance, to the best of your knowledge, does it include inside the bar?
Object, speculation.
I asked to the best of his knowledge. He can answer it.
From my past encounters at the bar, the cameras are inside and outside of the building.
All right, so they show areas of the bar that would possibly be pertinent to this particular matter?
Yes.
And then they show outside. What do they show outside?
They show the main entrance and the parking lot leading up to the main entrance.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Officer, how are you?
Doing well, and yourself?
Doing very well, thank you. When you were at the Castle Bar and Grill, when you went back after you did the sobriety checks and everything else, you spoke with Don Norby?
Yes, sir.
And you asked Don Norby if she thought or saw any signs of intoxication of this gentleman?
Correct.
And how did she respond to your questions?
She stated that it was normal Kenny. He came in, he ordered his drink, told a joke, and sat down at the bar.
Okay. Also, at that time, when you were speaking with Don, did you advise Don about the potential of having a ticket?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the conversation you had with Ms. Norby?
I stated something to the effect of since he had come from this bar and he had been at such a high level of intoxication, an investigation would be conducted and she may potentially receive a citation.
Do you not recall telling her that if she was going to get a citation, it would be by midnight that night?
I would never put a time on it because I don't know what my call volume is going to be.
Was Ms. Norby cooperative with you?
Yes, at that time.
Fully cooperative?
At that time, yes.
You said at that time, was there a time that she was not cooperative?
Later on, when I was attempting to locate her, she wasn't very happy with the fact that she was getting a citation.
And when did you attempt to locate her? Do you remember the time?
I called her, I stopped by the bar on, I believe, at least 2 occasions and was unable to reach her. And then when I did reach her by phone to advise her that she was getting a citation, at that point she wasn't pleased.
And this was 3 months after the incident?
I don't believe it was a full 3 months, no. I don't remember exactly when it was, though.
Well, if you can, if I tell you that you went back to give Ms. Norby a ticket on November 2nd, 2012, and this incident occurred on what?
September 14th.
September 14th, so October, no, so 2 months. 2 months, I'm bad at math. So 2 months after this occurred, you went back and gave Ms. Norby a ticket?
Correct.
And it's your testimony, just real briefly, that this individual was drunk,
Yes, very drunk.
and he couldn't stand on his own.
Correct.
Motor skills were just shot.
Basically, yes.
In fact, you walked with him, if I remember correctly, you walked with him because you're afraid that when he was walking without holding on to something, he was going to fall.
Correct.
And this is all 10 minutes after he left the bar.
Correct.
Did you ever witness Mr. McPhee in Castle Bar and Grill that night before he left?
No, I did not.
I don't have any further questions.
I have a follow-up. You indicated in the hour that you were with Mr. McPhee that his intoxication level didn't change all that significantly.
As I stated, there was no drastic change either direction.
And with your experience as a DUI officer, would that much have changed from 6:43 p.m. to 6:55 when Commander Cooper observed him?
I object.
Basically, no. The standard...
You need to sustain or overrule on that.
Yeah, the reason why I'm objecting is that, one, we have to have, well, it's speculation at this point. I don't know how he can tell, well, I'm not going to tell you how to testify, but I think it's speculation at this point.
And as a trained officer, I'm trained to handle DUIs and alcohol cases.
No,
He
I'm
should be
going
able
to
to allow that. You're overruling?
I'll allow that.
Go ahead.
So the question was again?
In the time from 6:43 PM, the moment that we know according to Exhibit G that Mr. McPhee did in fact pay for his tab, and then the time that has been established by Commander Cooper that he first witnessed Mr. McPhee exit the roadway at 6:55, that approximate 10 to 12 minutes, would that much have changed in the alcohol intoxication level of Mr. McPhee?
Not likely, especially with the fact that he had just finished consuming 2 beverages. So over the next however long, he's actually going to continue to go up from there.
Thank you. Have no further questions?
Can I have a follow-up on that, just real briefly, on that
Yes.
last question? Spin the chair, right? What was that? Was that like the pyramid? They did the pyramid, the game show growing up? They did the pyramid, they moved around. $20,000 pyramid. You testified that you don't believe the blood alcohol content would have changed that much within 10 minutes of time. Not likely, you said.
Not likely.
But you would agree with me that someone's signs of intoxication could change quite drastically in 10 minutes.
I wouldn't say so in 10 minutes.
So you don't think in 10 minutes? You don't, so let me ask you this. As a trained officer, you would agree with me that intoxicated individuals act erratic sometimes?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the reason why you have to have backup, because you don't know what they're going to do.
Correct.
So those are showing signs of intoxication, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so knowing that they show signs of intoxication in an erratic manner, such to the extent that it's the Littleton Police Department's policy to have 2 police officers come down because you don't know what's going to happen. Would you agree with me that within 10 minutes period of time, someone can show different signs of intoxication?
2 parts to that answer. One, our policy is anytime we make an arrest, we have 2 officers, whether they're DUI or not. If somebody's going to be placed into custody and arrested, there are 2 of us there. Second to that, in a 10-minute window, it would depend on how much alcohol they consumed and how rapidly they had consumed it. Alcohol absorption and metabolism through the body is a person-by-person case.
Correct.
So if they had had 20 shots, 10 minutes would potentially be an issue, but for somebody who having 2 to 3 drinks, 10 minutes is not going to show that much change.
But how it affects the individual, it's a case-by-case basis.
Potentially.
Right, and if an individual is a chronic drinker who testifies he has a problem drinking a lot, I mean, there's a certain point where it's going to affect him more than it would previously.
For chronic drinkers, I think that's even less of a factor because their bodies are so conditioned to the alcohol that consumption is consumption, whether it's a small amount or a large amount.
So what you're testifying to is that if a chronic drinker has 1 drink, he or she will act similar as if he or she would have 13, 14 drinks?
Again, it's person-specific.
Okay, that's what
we're getting back to.
Right, that's what I wanted to, yeah. I don't have any further questions.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
You did cite the Castle Bar for over-serving?
I did cite the bartender, Don Norby, for over-serving.
Okay. And you asked for the surveillance tape, and they have not produced it?
At the
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
On the day that it occurred, when, obviously for anyone, the incident is most fresh in your mind, you went back and visited the Castle Bar and spoke with Ms. Norby on the 14th, and at that time, according to your report, and at that time, you did not issue a citation. Seeing what you had seen, why did you not issue a citation at that time?
I don't really know. I don't have an answer for you. I can't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Officer, based on your training, knowledge, experience, does a person perform differently after they finish drinking at different points of time?
There is a statistical curve, or I don't want to call it statistical, there is a curve that is the standard for alcohol absorption and metabolism through the body. It's going to go up, it's going to reach a peak, and then it's going to start to dissipate down depending on body weight, gender, water consumption, as well as metabolism and amount consumed.
Based on your knowledge, would that be significant in 15 minutes? Change?
The change? No, the standard is .015 per hour is the average that is generally agreed upon in terms of absorption as well as metabolism of alcohol through the body. So if you were a .150, it would take you approximately 10 hours to be back down to a 0. And that is the standard that is taught as well as more or less agreed upon based off of scientific studies that I can't reference for absorption and metabolism.
So
Excuse me. I'm going to declare a short recess in a few minutes. If we can finish up with this witness in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I would appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, just real quick. So you did not issue a citation to the bartender that night, but you did later.
Correct.
Is that when so you do DUI stops and then, you go back into the bars. Do you normally issue a citation that night, or do you normally issue a citation later?
My past practice has been to issue it later on because a DUI arrest has to be completed during that shift, and paperwork and everything else and other call volume. So typically, the issuance of a citation to a bar or bartender is done in a follow-up setting at another date and time.
Thank you.
And there's no statute of limitations about when that can happen, whether it has to be 24, 48 hours, or 6 weeks in this case?
It's 180 days for a petty offense or
Okay.
misdemeanor. Oh, petty offense. 18 months? Okay, 18 months for misdemeanor.
18
We
months.
handle them so much faster because we're able to. So.
That's all I have.
Thank you, officer. At this time, I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess. We will start at 9:20 p.m.
Turn the mic off.
Yeah, you can sit here.
This meeting is back in session. I appreciate everybody's patience with an administrative matter that had to be taken care of. At this point, has the city prosecutor made your case?
Yes, the city rests.
Sir, would you like to call some witnesses?
Sure. Don Norby, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you state your name, please?
Dawn Norby, Norby.
Are we going to swear her in, or just, no, I can't remember first.
No, we don't swear her.
I didn't think we did with the other officers. That's fine. Ms. Norby, what is your current occupation?
Bartender at the Castle Bar and Grill,
How long have you worked there?
3.5 years.
Prior to that, what did you do?
I've been a bartender for the last 8 years.
And do you recall the bars that you've tended prior to the Castle?
Yes, I worked at the Magnet for 2.5 years, and I worked at Bushwhackers for 2 years.
In your capacity as a bartender for the last 8 years, have you been trained in alcohol compliance?
Yes, I am TIPS certified.
What does that mean?
That means I am trained to have conversations with people when they walk in, watch their eyes, watch their body functions, have conversations with them, figure out where they've been in the day so I can make an accurate decision on giving them alcohol to make sure that they're not going to go out and injure people.
Okay. Obviously, you're familiar with the night of September 14th?
Yes.
And you're pretty adamant that you did nothing wrong?
No.
No, you're not adamant, or yes, you are adamant that you did?
No, I'm very adamant that I didn't do anything wrong. It was normal Kenny. He had a beer and a shot through me. He asked me how my dog was, sat down where he normally sits down, talked to me about how his day was. He said it was fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Same way I see him every other happy hour. Had exactly what he normally has, 2 beers and a shot, that's it. Cashed out, said bye, have a good day, walked out the door. My other bartender that was with me talked to him. She didn't see any signs wrong with him. She watched him walk to the bathroom, didn't see any signs wrong with him. We're very well at communicating with everybody and cutting people off at the first signs and calling cabs because we don't ever want to have something like this happen.
Okay. You said a lot there. I'm going to go back and...
I got it
And
all.
I get it. Let me ask you this. Are you a little nervous being up there?
Yes.
Okay, I understand that. That I get. I get that. So let's go back. You said you were working that night. What time did you start working on the 14th?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Do you recall what time Kenny came in? I'm going to say Kenny.
Around 5:15, 5:30-ish.
When I say Kenny, we're talking about Kenny McPhee. We all
That's
know
what I
that.
call him.
And why do you call him Kenny?
That's just the nickname that he always went by at the bar. That's what I started all of his cat tabs under.
I see that if you look at Exhibit G, you have the client, or table, it said Kenny. Capital letters Kenny. So when did you first meet Kenny?
Probably about a year and a half ago. Well, it actually was like 2 years, but then he didn't come in for a good 6 to 9 months. We just didn't really see him. And then he started coming back in for the last year and a half pretty regularly.
Okay.
Couple times a week.
And prior to him testifying here today to you, or today in front of here, were you aware that he stopped drinking for a period of time, kind of drank a lot, stopped drinking, and then kind of fell back into drinking a lot again?
No.
This was all news to you?
Yeah.
Okay. He testified that he was a regular at Castle. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
How often would he come in?
2 or 3 times a week.
How long would he stay?
Same amount of time, about an hour, long enough to have either 2 beers and a shot or 2 shots and 1 beer. Sometimes get food to go, nothing else. I never gave him a tab more than $22.
Okay, so he wasn't a guy that would come on in and stay all night kind of a thing. He'd kind of step in as usual. Did he have a seat that he would normally sit at?
No, it depended on what was open at the bar and who was sitting where, but it was always at the bar somewhere. He didn't really get up and socialize with people, but talk to people sitting next to him, talk to the bartenders.
Okay. The night that he came in, the 14th, you said he came in around 5:30-ish. How busy was the bar?
There was about 20, 30 people there.
What's the occupancy at the bar?
98.
So maybe a third full?
Yeah.
Is this about average for a Friday happy hour?
Normally, unless we have a slow one.
Okay. Do you recall him walking in?
Yeah.
And how do you recall that?
Yeah, he walked in just fine, waved at me, said, "Hi, Don, how are you? I'll take my usual." Went and walked to the bathroom. I poured him as usual, came and sat down, asked me how the dogs were. Told him they're fine, asked me if I could still carry my puppy. Told him no, he said, "That's good," kind of made a joke, and I went on to serve other people.
Okay, you said dogs. What dogs do you have?
I have 2 bull mastiffs.
And how does Kenny know about your dogs?
Because he met my puppy when I brought her in when I just got her 2 years ago.
Okay. So Kenny sat down, asked you how the puppies were, asked if you could still hold one. Why would he ask you that?
Oh, because Sadie Mae was only 8 weeks old when I got her, and she's about 2 years now. So it was about a year and a half ago, he was just wondering if she was up over 100 pounds, if I could still pick her up and carry her or anything.
Okay. And during the time you had this conversation, was this as quickly as you and I spoke like this, or did it last a little longer?
About like 5 minutes.
Kind of just talking to him when you sat down? Did you make a habit when the customer sits down, a regular, you sit and you talk to him a little bit, make him feel at home again? And
Pretty much. How's your day been? What's been going on? That sort of stuff. Good to see you.
Okay. During the conversation you had with him as you were, because you said that he came in, usual, he went to the restroom, you were starting to get the drinks, you were where he was 21 years of age or older?
Yeah.
Okay. So as he was sitting down and you were bringing the drinks over to him, is that when you started having the conversation with him?
Uh-huh.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at that time?
Nope.
Was he unable to walk?
Nope.
Was he bumping into things as he was walking around?
Nope.
Was he?
He was even cautious of the bar stool right next to him because there's only that much space, and he knew enough to push it out, make sure his leg didn't get stuck, walk around it, go right to where the bathroom was.
Okay. Did he have a thick tongue that he was slurring?
He sounded like he did today when he was talking to us.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think what the officers testified to about him. Did he have a hard time? Okay, moving on. Were you also there when he paid the bill?
Yeah.
And did you witness him take his wallet out of his pocket, or do you recall how that went?
I didn't watch him take his wallet out
Okay.
of his pocket. It's normally sitting on the bar when he cashes out when he comes in. He just sets his credit card on top of it.
Okay. Were you witnessing him when he signed this?
No.
By this, I mean Exhibit G, the receipt. So you weren't witnessing any of that?
No, but I mean, it was him. No one ever fills out his receipt for him or anything.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at Exhibit G?
Uh-huh.
Is that his typical handwriting?
Yeah, that's how it looks every other time.
Okay. When you brought over the beers to him, I said, so what exactly did you bring to him?
I brought him one Bud Light Draft and a shot of Tuaca.
Okay. And how long do you think he was in Castle before he left?
He left about an hour and a half.
Okay. During that time, after the initial discussion you had with him, did you have any other discussions as the night went on for that hour and a half?
I did not because Danny was talking to him, the other bartender.
Okay, and Danny's the woman sitting behind you? Okay. At any time while Kenny was in the bar on the night of February 14th, between the hours of, we'll broaden it, 4 to 7, if whenever he was in there during the time period, did you believe he was intoxicated?
If he was, I would have pulled his drink or asked him how he was getting home or if he needed a cab, and I would have offered him ice water like I do with anybody else that I feel has had a little bit too much to drink.
Are there times when someone walks in, based on your experience at Castle, have you ever had to turn someone away from sale or service upon them walking in the door?
Oh, yes, multiple times.
And describe what signs a person would have to show you for you to say, hey, I'm not going to serve this person, not even a chance.
Not walking straight, bumping into things, red blurry vision, if you're talking really slow or if you're slurring or if I ask you where you've been and you're kind of just looking all over and tell me you've been a few different places.
So you're trained to keep an out for this. In fact, you're trained to make conversation with customers before
Before I serve them.
And why is that?
Just so I can get a feel for it so that I don't get in a situation where a beer and a shot will put them over a limit and something cannot happen. And then you have your situations like this where you deal with a raging alcoholic and it freaks you out because you didn't know because they held themselves completely fine when they were around you.
Okay. You say raging alcoholic.
It's just a term. I wouldn't say I necessarily know that, but
Okay.
someone that consumes alcohol on a daily basis and a lot of it.
Was there anything, while this Kenny individual was at that bar that night, was there anything out of the ordinary that he did?
No.
Was there anything, did he act a certain way that wasn't usual?
No.
Was he loud?
No.
Was he fumbling?
Nope.
Did you witness him get off his bar stool and walk out the door?
Yeah, he walked fine.
So you did witness that? Yeah. Okay. When you were witnessing that, you heard the officers testify that this is an individual that couldn't walk. Was stumbling. In fact, an officer said that he had to walk with this individual. Did he show any signs of this?
I wouldn't have let him walk out the front door if he did. I've stopped people before and made them come back in and convinced them to take a cab and have waters.
Have you ever had a sale of alcohol to a minor before?
No.
Have you ever had a sale of alcohol to an intoxicated person before?
No.
Have you had any liquor violations in your 8 years of a bartender?
No.
I'm kind of jumping around a little bit here. So he walks out, there's no signs of any intoxication. When was the next time you saw him?
I haven't seen him up until today.
Okay. Were you aware that, so you were not aware if he came back to the bar?
I was aware he came in the next morning because the bartender informed me, which was also Danny.
Okay, so I'll ask Danny.
Yeah.
So if you don't have
I
firsthand
have not
knowledge.
seen him or
Okay.
had any contact with him up until today from the incident.
Okay, so you're aware that he did come back the next day, and he spoke with Danny, and Danny's the bartender, Danny Robin, who's here as well. Okay, I'll ask her those questions. This is the first time you and I have really talked about this? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
These are the first time I'm asking these questions to try to...
Pretty much.
Okay, that's why I want to get an idea. After he left, do you remember the officer coming into the bar?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the officer?
It was Officer Carlson and I believe the other guy.
Okay, and you were out there talking to him when we took a break, and you guys were both jovial and talking, and... Okay. Do you recall the conversation about the officer when he came in?
Yeah, he came in and asked me if I knew Kenny, but he said Kenneth, so it took me a second until I saw the ID. And I was really shocked, and I told him yeah, and he asked me if I'd seen him. Told him I'd seen him. He asked me if I'd served him, and I told him yes, and I asked him what happened. And he told me how he pulled him over on the canal and how he drove down it. And then I told him he was fine when he was in here, and I went and produced the receipt of the credit card, which had everything due for the day to prove that he had not been in there any other time, and that's all that I gave him. I made copies of it. The police officer said at this moment in time, he didn't see any need to give me a ticket, and he didn't see the fact that I was the one that got him to that level. And then he asked me about the cameras, and I told him that I could call TAP if he needed them. I also gave him my cell phone number, and he told me, because I asked him if I was getting a ticket. And he told me that I should know probably by midnight that night if I was getting a ticket, otherwise not to really worry about it or stress about it. So after having a conversation with TAP and after not hearing anything all weekend, we decided we didn't really need to say anything because I never heard anything and he never came back like he said he was going to. I didn't know I could get a ticket up to 18 months later. None of that was ever explained to me, and no one ever contacted TAP on any of it either.
Okay, that's, again, you said a lot there. Breaking this down, so this officer comes in and asked knowledge about Kenneth. It took you a second. You go, oh, that's Kenny. You served him. Yeah, I served him. Did you have any hesitation to show the officer the receipt or discuss with the officer? You heard the officer say that you were cooperative initially, the first time? Did the officer say, I want the video surveillance, and you're hereby put on notice that you have to keep this video surveillance?
No.
If the officer asked you to say, I wanted to see the video surveillance, could you have showed him the video surveillance?
I couldn't have at the moment, but I could have given him TAP's number and had TAP meet him there in the morning to go through it and go over it. And I called TAP immediately after the incident happened.
Okay, so if the officer said, I want to see it, you would have called TAP, and TAP would have come down. But the officer never said, I want to see it. Did the officer just said, do you have video surveillance? And you said yes. Did he say you have to save it?
No.
Did he say, I want to see
He
it?
said it would probably be in the best interest if I had heard from him, but if I don't hear from you, then I'm not going to think I need them 2 months later.
Okay. So that night, when the officer leaves do you know how long he stayed at the bar and spoke to you?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? And you gave him your cell phone number? And he said, if you don't hear from me by midnight, don't worry about it?
Yeah, then chances are you probably won't have the ticket, so don't stress about it.
Okay. Did you hear from him by midnight?
No.
When was the next time you heard from this officer?
Approximately 6 to 7 weeks later when he came in looking for me and I wasn't working, and Danny told him that I would be in Friday night, and he told her that he'd be in on that shift to give me a ticket.
And when you heard that you were going to get a ticket, were you upset about it?
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily the happiest about it. It was 2 months over, and I was under the impression that I would have been informed if this was happening so that I could have kept the surveillance cameras and stuff like that.
Do you believe you did anything wrong?
Not at all.
Do you believe that you served alcohol to an intoxicated person?
No.
Had he been intoxicated, would you have served him? Had he shown signs of intoxication, would you have served him alcohol?
No.
Has Kenny been 86 from the bar?
Yes. He was 86 the very next day.
How do you know that?
Because me and Tap and Danny all talked about it that morning after he showed up, and we told him to take a break. Then we just decided that afternoon to 86 him and rid this bar of the problem.
Why would he be 86th?
Because if you have that high of a BPA and you're acting normal when you're around us, then you're too much of a liability, and we can't have large liabilities like that going on in there. That's not what we're going for.
So upon learning of this individual's DUI, being pulled over and arrested for DUI, and your prior knowledge of witnessing him that night while he was in the bar acting normal, the Kenny normal, you, Tap, and we're speaking of Tap Smith, the owner, and Danny, the other bartender, said, no way we're having this person drinking in our bar because we can't tell if he's intoxicated.
Yep.
Based on your experience as a bartender, would you agree with me that alcohol affects people differently?
Yes.
I don't know if there are any chronic drinkers in the bar, but would alcohol affect a chronic drinker different than it would an occasional drinker?
Sure.
And how would that occur? I mean,
Your occasional drinkers that don't drink that much get drunk a lot quicker, and the signs are a lot more visible, but your chronic drinkers can drink all night, and you'll think they're fine, and then they can make it halfway through the last beer, and the next thing you know, they've hit a wall, as I call it. They're not them anymore. All of a sudden, they're glossed over. All of a sudden, they're falling over, and they can't function anything, and they may have been fine 10 minutes beforehand.
is that something you've witnessed firsthand?
Yes.
So is that something you've witnessed in the 8 years as being a bartender?
Multiple times.
Okay. And then tell me, based on your experience, how this usually occurs.
It's normally after you've been drinking a whole bunch and you're on the last drink that you probably shouldn't have, but you think you're going to anyways. Get halfway through it or finish it, maybe go outside and smoke a cigarette, and the next thing you know, you're glossed over and you're done for.
And what would you do, or what do you do if a customer expresses those signs to you as a bartender?
Then I offer them food and I give them water and I try and get them to give me their keys, and 95% of the time I convince them to take a cab or have somebody else that's sober drive them home.
Okay, and would you ever allow a customer to leave your establishment that drunk, glossed over, with the intent to drive when they leave?
No, because then I would have to just call the cops and report that there's going to be a drunk driver leaving my establishment, because I don't want to endanger anybody else on the road. And we have called the cops on people before when they've walked in the bar completely drunk or been just like that and been like, nope, you can't be here, and how we dealt with it is just calling the cops.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about that. Okay, so there are times that you would affirmatively call the police when an intoxicated person would come in, you deny them cell and service, and do they get angry?
They have before.
Or do they loiter and linger?
Sometimes.
Is that why you call the police to get them out of there?
It's a toss-up. Sometimes it's just for your safety, and sometimes it's just in case something happens, or if they are driving, you want to make sure that they're not saying that you gave them anything there.
Were you familiar with Castle Bar and Grill's reputation prior to Tap Smith purchasing it?
Yes.
Where it was before to where it is now, how would you describe the difference?
It's a huge difference. They've gotten rid of all the biker gangs, all the fighters, all the fall-over drunks, all the troublemakers, and turned it more into family-orientated, business-class working people.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
You had indicated that this was a normal happy hour, 20 to 30 people. Mr. McPhee had indicated that it was fairly busy. Would you agree with that statement?
I guess it's depending on who you're asking. To me, being in the industry
Okay,
like
so what
that,
I asked
not
you was,
really.
Mr. McPhee had said it was busy that evening. Would you agree with that statement, yes or no?
Not really.
You indicated that when he walked in just fine, he went to the bathroom, you spoke with him, and that conversation was about your dogs or your puppies, and that was approximately about 5 minutes that you spoke with him. And isn't it true you never spoke with him again the rest of the evening?
Other than saying hi here and there. Making sure he's doing okay.
Now, you served him 2 beers and 1 shot. You actually served him that.
I served him 1 beer and 1 shot.
And the other bartender served him the other beer?
Yes.
Did you have knowledge that the other bartender served him the other beer?
Yeah.
You remember talking to Officer Carlson that evening?
Uh-huh.
And do you remember telling Officer Carlson that Mr. McPhee had only purchased one shot and one beer?
Yeah, through me. Because he only asked me what I served him.
And after you indicated to Officer Carlson that you had served him one shot and one beer, you added the information that the other bartender had served him one beer, correct?
Uh-huh.
You told Officer Carlson that?
Yes. And he was informed with it by her the next time he came in again.
Did you have an opportunity to read the police report in this matter? And nowhere in the police report does it mention that you indicated to Officer Carlson that you had added the information that the second bartender had served him a beer, correct?
I couldn't tell you why it's not in there. I didn't write it.
Now, it's your testimony today that when Officer Carlson talked to you about the video, he never actually requested the video.
No, not to my knowledge, he didn't.
You heard Officer Carlson testify tonight saying that he had requested the video, correct?
Yes.
You heard Officer Carlson tell you to save the video, correct?
I heard him testify that tonight and tell me that I would be contacted if we were going to need them.
And at this point, are you basically saying that Officer Carlson lied about instructing or requesting the video?
I'm not calling it a lie. I'm saying maybe we remember different things.
You never served Mr. McPhee any water, correct?
No.
You never served him any food, correct?
No.
You never offered those items, correct?
I asked him if he was hungry, and he told me that he wasn't.
And when did you do that?
It was probably right after I talked to him when he first got there, because normally he comes in and orders burgers. So I asked him if he was going to have a burger today, and he said no.
The only other contact you had with him was when you witnessed him walking out, and you indicate he walked out just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the video, getting back to the video, you never thought it was important to save the video?
I never thought that. I'm not the one that deals with the videos. All I did was pass the information along to the owner about it and
Okay.
tell him what happened.
It was pretty clear the night of the incident that there was a potentiality that you would be charged, correct?
Yeah.
The reason why you 86'd Mr. McPhee is because you wanted to get rid of a problem.
A potential problem.
But isn't it true, based upon your testimony tonight, that he wasn't a problem according to what you observed?
Not up until the night that he got his DUI, no.
And the night he got a DUI, up until 6:43, he was not a problem, correct?
No.
Now, you were charged criminally, correct?
I guess so.
You have a pending case
Yeah.
in municipal court, don't you?
I'm assuming it's criminal. I haven't.
And you understand that this entire incident and hearing tonight is being recorded, correct?
Uh-huh.
And you understand that I, as the prosecutor, can use everything that you say in this hearing against you in the criminal matter, correct?
I didn't until now.
And you have not resolved that matter in criminal court, correct?
No.
You, like Mr. Smith, don't you, the owner of Castle Bar?
Yeah.
And you don't want him to get in trouble, correct?
No.
And you don't want to risk your employment at the bar, correct?
Correct.
It'd be fair to say you don't want the bar or yourself to get in trouble.
Right. Or anything.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, real quick. Don, are you testifying the truth tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I just asked if she was testifying to the truth tonight.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
And
thank
she
you.
said yes, and I don't have any further questions.
Don, let me make sure I understand right. Ken came in the bar, and you sat down and talked to him for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And You testified you had no other conversation with him after that,
Yes.
but you did serve him 2 drinks after that.
No, I only served him his first beer and his first shot when I first talked to him, and then I did not serve him anything else.
It's 2 drinks.
Oh, yeah, the first 2 drinks, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant 2 drinks after that is what I heard.
But it was the same conversation.
What?
The initial conversation where you visited and served him the drinks. I think
Yes.
what he was
And
asking.
then you testified that you observed somebody else serving him another drink later,
Yes.
but you didn't talk to him then or say anything.
No, the other bartender did, and she's tips certified too, so I'm assuming that I can trust my other bartender's judgment with stuff.
And then, who rang him out?
That would be Danny.
Okay. And you testified that you observed him leaving.
Yes.
Did he leave immediately after he was rung out? Did he sit at the bar for a while and sip some more in his drink, or?
He didn't even finish the whole second beer, and when he ran his card, he signed it, and then he sat there for probably about 5 minutes, and then he got up and left.
And how far was it approximately from where he was seated to the door?
Maybe 40, 50 feet.
And you observed him over that whole 40 or 50 feet?
Uh-huh.
And there was no staggering, no?
No.
Nothing? No. And you did not observe him outside after he left or anything?
No.
Thank you.
And you said he comes in how often?
It used to be 2 to 3 times a week was when we saw him.
And how many drinks would he usually have?
There was always either 2 beers and a shot or 2 shots and 1 beer.
So the beer and the Tuaca was typical?
I never gave him anything else other than that, or any tabs higher than that unless he had burgers to go on it.
You're very confident the whole time he was in the bar, based on your experience, that he wasn't in any way intoxicated.
Yes.
What was your thought when the police officer came back and told you what had happened with him and just how intoxicated he appeared to be?
I was completely shocked.
Did you go back in your mind and wonder how you could have missed that, or were you still positive that there was?
I did, and I thought about it, and then I wondered if maybe like he had a shot or something that he did in the parking lot and just threw it out of his car before he left, or I wondered if maybe he ate a pill, or maybe he just hit a wall, but it seemed very odd to me because I did not see any signs of him leaving and the cops coming back later on giving me an over-serving ticket.
So it didn't cause you to think back, gee, I guess I missed it?
No, I mean, because there wasn't anything that I even thought that came out of the situation that could have ended that way from any of the way I watched him be in the bar.
Okay.
When you had your initial discussion with him, did you observe or smell any alcohol in his breath at that time?
No. I wasn't like right next to his face, and I just gave him a beer and a Tuaca, so I'm going to smell the beer and the Tuaca sitting right in front of him.
What's the lighting like in the bar? I mean, so based on other people's testimony, this time of year would have been light outside. Is it light inside? I mean, can you see fairly well?
Yeah, it's pretty light. There's a lot of big spotlights that go over different spots in the bar, too, that make it so that I can. Sometimes regulars turn them down a little bit, but you can still see everything.
So were you standing behind the bar when you saw him leave?
Yes.
Okay, but you could see him.
Yeah, I could see him walk.
The lighting didn't get, and there were people in between you?
There were some people sitting right there, but I just walked him. He had normal body style, normal everything. When he walked out, I said bye to him, waved his arm up like that, said bye.
I have a question, or actually 2. The day after when he came in and you asked him to take a break and then subsequently 86'd him, how did you know his breath alcohol content was .202?
That was all information given to me by the other bartender who was working.
Okay. The other question is, you said that you've had customers multiple times that have hit the wall and glossed over, and that 95% of the time you've managed to get their car keys and arrive for them a safe ride home, or after a glass of water, a taxi cab, or a sober driver. My question is, what about the other 5%?
Those were all incidences mainly back when I worked at the Magnet, and most of those times the people walked home because they all lived walking distance in the neighborhood.
So these multiple times that you've had them hit the wall and glossed over, that wasn't at the Castle Bar?
No, that's mostly my experience from working at Bushwhackers and Magnets, because they're a lot more rougher, dirtier bars.
Yes, I'm
so-
familiar with them.
Yeah.
So how many times have you had it happen where they've hit the wall and glossed over in the Castle Bar and Grill?
Maybe only like a couple of times in the 3.5 years I've been there. I'd say maybe
And
a
is that
handful
part of the
fives.
95% or part of the other 5%?
Oh, no, all of those all took cab rides home.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't had anyone leave the bar that I didn't think should be driving since I've worked there.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Am I good?
I'm just kind of intrigued that if it was a busy place and you had a lot of people that you observed Ken so much. Is that normal? Do you normally watch after him or what?
I just pay attention to everybody that's in the bar all the time. I have a really good memory and skill set on multitasking, so I can pretty much gauge where people are at, what they're doing, what I don't really like necessarily devoting all of my time to them, I guess. Like, and when you're sitting at the bar, it's easy for me to make eye contact with you with every time I do a circle, and I do a circle like every 2 to 3 minutes around the bar.
Good.
I just like to know what's going on.
Is this the only time you've been cited
Yes.
for over-serving in all of your career as a bartender?
Yes. I've never had any issues ever before.
Let me talk about the receipt for a minute.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand how it works. You came up and you gave Ken, or not you, but they gave Ken the tab. And then credit card goes in. And then you come back and give another piece of paper
To sign.
to sign.
Mhm.
And once they sign that piece of paper, then what happens?
Then we take it back to the register and we enter in the tip and we finalize it. So the ticket that has the 643 on it or whatever, that would be when we ran his credit card. And then the one on top, the finalized, that's when we put in the tip. So it means that he signed it, and within 3 minutes, or 3 to 5 minutes, we walked over and grabbed the credit card slip and came over and put it into the computer.
Okay, and then at which time, so the last time you're interacting with Ken is when he signs, or the person, is when they sign the tab?
Yes.
Okay. And once Ken signed the tab, approximately how long afterward did he leave the bar?
Within 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, he testified that he signed the tab and left right away. Do you dispute that, what he said?
I'd say it's give or take between like 1 minute to 5 minutes from
Okay, and that's why
running it, setting it down right in front of you, figuring out your tip math, then signing it, and then getting up and leaving. It's not like he signed it and then just looked at it for 5 minutes before he got up or anything. It was the whole act of closing it out, handing him back to him, then him signing it and walking out the door would be the 5 minutes.
Okay.
And 2 beers and a shot is approximately $13.50?
Yeah.
Exactly $13.50.
Right in front of you.
Thank you.
I have nothing else.
Anyone else?
I'm good, thank you.
No further questions. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you. Danny?
Danielle Robbins, Robbins.
Ms. Robbins, what is your current employment?
I work at the Castle Bar and Grill as a bartender.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there about 9 months.
Prior to that, what did you do?
I was a waitress at another bar,
What was the name of that bar?
the Break Room in Littleton.
Littleton? How long have you been in the bar hospitality industry?
Since I've been 18, and I'm 25.
You're 25 years old now. From at the age of 18, were you selling and serving alcohol?
I was a waitress.
Waitress at, where were you a waitress?
I was a waitress at VCG Holdings.
Okay. Moving forward, were you working the night of September 14th?
Yes.
Do you recall when you started?
I started at 5.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Kenny come in?
Yes.
And how do you recall seeing him come in?
We were kind of not really trained, but as people came in, we're always supposed to greet them. Always say, hello, how was your day? And you can sit wherever if there's any seats. We're just kind of told that. Same as when they're leaving, make sure that you say goodbye, have a good day.
Okay. And you've heard Dawn testify that she said goodbye to Kenny, and that's kind of common. I mean, you want your customers to feel like
Yeah.
they belong, they take pride in their ownership there, and that you know them, and it gives them a place to come back to over and over again, a place they feel comfortable.
Yes. Our bar is more of family. We have tons of regulars, so we see them every single day. We talk about our children, we talk about everything.
So you saw him come in. Did you overhear the conversation between Dawn and Kenny?
I saw her hand him the beer and everything, and I went out of the bar
Okay.
and started checking on the other.
All right, because obviously with two people at a bar, there's no need to have two people watch over this individual at the time. You saw he was being taken care of by Dawn, and then so you walked to the other side of the bar to see if there's anyone else there.
Yes.
When was your first interaction with Kenny?
It was probably 30 minutes after I saw her give him his beer. He actually had went to the bathroom and had came back, and I was joking around with him, asked him if he was getting into trouble today, and he said no and just kind of joked around, and I talked to him for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, stop there. So you said he went to the bathroom. Did you actually watch him get off his bar stool and go to the bathroom?
Yes.
And where were you were you in front of him when he was leaving, or were you behind the bar somewhere else?
I was behind the bar. Our bar is actually lowered, so it's easier for us to see everyone.
So you're standing above, so
We're
since you've been
sitting-
lowered,
Yeah.
okay.
So he's sitting above us, so we're more eye contact.
Okay, so it's easier to be eye to eye with somebody?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you when you saw him get off his stool?
Right in front of him.
Okay. How long was he in the bathroom for? But I know at the time you probably weren't keeping tabs and saying.
No, I wasn't.
Okay,
I
but-
wasn't timing him into the bathroom.
But there was nothing unusual? He went to the bathroom?
Yeah.
When he was walking to the did you witness him walk to the bathroom?
Yes, I witnessed him get up and walk halfway to the bathroom.
What do you mean halfway to the bathroom?
Well, I was checking on other people.
Okay, so you saw him get up. Once he got up, you realized, okay, he's doing something else. I'm going to go focus on other
Yes.
customers. While you watched him for that period of time, did you see him
No.
stumble, act intoxicated anyway?
No.
When was the next time you saw him?
I saw him when I gave him his next beer.
Okay, and when you went off to service other customers, then would you make your rounds? Did you come back to him as
Yes.
making a round?
Well, yeah, but it was a little bit later on,
Approximately how longer after that?
probably 15 minutes, maybe. We always check people when it's a little bit lower than half their beer in their glass. And we check on them and ask them if they want another beer.
Okay, so this was standard. So when you saw the beer level in his glass reach a certain point,
Yeah.
your training would be to go approach the individual and see if they would like another drink or engage conversation with them.
Yes.
And I'm sorry if I don't understand this correctly, but did you have a conversation with him prior to him going to the bathroom, or, I'm trying to, just my mind.
It was before.
Okay, so you had a conversation with him before, you were talking about if he was getting any trouble.
Yes.
Do you recall any other discussions you had with him at that point?
I talked to him just briefly when I handed him the beer and asked him what he was up to, and he said he got off early.
Was there did he have any slurred speech?
No.
Was his cognizant skills there? I mean, was he able to talk to you in a manner that you and I are talking right now, that you wouldn't think there was anything out of the ordinary?
He was just plain Kenny. He talks a little bit different sometimes, you know?
Now, when he was here testifying tonight, was he talking that way?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
how he talks and
Okay.
acts.
So what do you mean by that, how he acts?
Just a little standoffish. Just sometimes you have to repeat yourself several times to him. That's just how he always is.
Okay. Okay, it's kind of standoffish.
Well, kind of hard of hearing, I guess I should say.
Okay. But there's nothing that night that would make you think he was intoxicated?
No,
Did you know how many drinks he had prior to you serving him the beer?
no.
You were the one that cashed him out.
Yes.
Walk me through what occurred during that time.
He always has his credit card on the bar, and I asked him if he was finished, and he said yes. I went and got his tab and handed it to him, and he handed me his card. I swiped his card and handed it to him, and I walked away so he could sign and put in the tip, and I checked on other customers.
When he handed you his card, and during that transaction, was he fumbling? Was his motor skills, was he ready to fall off his stool? Were there any signs during that time that lead you to believe? Let me ask you your training. Are you TIPS trained as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what is TIPS?
TIPS training is we have to observe people. We have to communicate with people. We have to watch their body language, their mouth. We have to observe everything that they do.
So you're trained to spot an intoxicated individual?
Yes.
And the signs of intoxication?
Yes.
And when he was handing you his credit card to make the transaction, to cash him out, was he expressing any of these signs to you?
No.
When you gave back the receipt and his credit card, you said then you walked away?
Yes.
Did you witness him sign it or anything?
No, I
Okay.
did not.
Did you witness him thereafter leave the bar or anything like that?
When he was leaving, we both had said goodbye to him because it's just standard that we tell everyone bye when they're leaving.
Was there anybody else working as a bartender that night?
No, just Don and I.
Do you typically have waitresses or waiters?
No, we're both.
Okay, so it was just the two of you working that night?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present the next time that he came to the bar after he left on the 14th?
Yes, I was there the next morning.
And describe what occurred.
He came in and I asked him I told him that I found out that he had gotten a DUI and that I would have to call and text message my boss to see if, we were comfortable with serving him or not, because we didn't know that he was that intoxicated because he didn't act like it. He kind of made a joke to Chuck, who is one of our other regulars, that this was his 5th DUI. And I had to explain that to Tap, and he said, well, right now just tell him that he needs to take a break, and we all discussed it later on that day, that because we weren't able to know when he was too intoxicated, that we needed to 86 him.
Because you were concerned.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, if someone's expressing or showing you signs that they're not intoxicated and they leave and get in a DUI, that's concerning to you.
Yes.
Okay. And then did he come back another time?
I was not there.
Okay. You were there when the police officer showed up?
Yes.
The night, I'm sorry, Officer
Carlson.
Carlson.
Thank you, Carlson. Did you have a chance to speak to Officer Carlson?
Yes.
You spoke with Officer Carlson?
Yes.
And what did you discuss?
That I told him that I had served him a beer also. And this was with Dawn also, because I was right next to her, that he didn't think that he was going to give us a ticket, that if we were going to get a ticket, that he would probably be there before we closed or midnight, around those times. And if he didn't come in, then we weren't going to get a ticket.
Do you recall any conversation about a surveillance video or surveillance camera?
Not to me, no.
Okay. Were you shocked when he came in?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was Kenny acted normal.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
You indicated at this point you've worked 9 months at the Castle?
Yes.
When did you start working for Castle?
During the summer, I did.
When?
I don't know the exact date. It was, I don't know. It was during the summer.
How long had you worked there on September 14th?
Probably only a couple months.
The two of you, Don and yourself, were waiting on 20 to 30 people.
Yes.
Mr. McPhee indicated that it was a fairly busy night. Would you agree with that statement?
To have 2 bartenders, no. It's about average. It's not that busy for Don and I. We kind of work pretty quickly.
And you guys are responsible for drinks as well as all food orders. Now, you indicated that you were not aware of Dawn serving him a beer and a shot, correct?
No, I said that I was. I saw her hand it to him as he walked in.
Okay. And your first interaction with Mr. McPhee did not occur until after that?
Yes.
You indicated that you talked to him for 5 to 10 minutes?
Yes.
During that time, were you helping others?
Yes.
You were
Could-
serving other drinks?
Yes.
So it wasn't
People
5
next to us, yes.
So it wasn't 5 to 10 minutes of continuous conversation?
Probably not continuous.
And would it be fair to say it wasn't 5 to 10 minutes of focused conversation, kind of like you and I are having right now?
When we were joking around, yes, it was more of a conversation like you and I were
Okay.
having.
And was it focused, or were you paying attention to possible other customers that needed your
No,
help?
I was focusing on him.
So you were 100% focused on Mr. McPhee during that time? But at certain points, you were pulled away from him during those 5 to 10 minutes to help other
To
customers?
a person next to him, yes, Chuck. I had given him a jack.
Then you didn't really have any contact again with him until he cashed out?
Until he had his beer. Until,
Well, you served him the beer during the 5 to 10 minutes.
yes,
So during the 5 to 10 minutes, you served him the beer, you had a conversation with him, you helped other people, and you were 100% focused upon your conversation with
Yes.
Mr. McPhee. And then you had no contact until you cashed him out.
yes.
When you cashed him out, would it be fair to say that you really had relatively no contact with him, correct?
No, I told him to have a good day. We always tell our customers to have a good day when we hand them their check and thank you for coming in. We always say that.
But it's fair to say that you didn't actually have a conversation with him when he cashed out, correct?
No,
Now, you're employed with Castle Bar still, correct?
yes.
And you'd like to keep that employment, correct?
I already turned in my 2 weeks.
Okay, and you're going to another bar?
No, actually, I don't have a job right now because I'm moving because I'm getting a divorce.
You don't want the bar to get in trouble, correct?
No, it's like family. The
You don't want
customer-
Mr. Smith to get in trouble, correct?
No,
You would like to possibly get a referral from him when you land another job after you move, correct?
haven't been using him as a referral. I've been using other people that I've known longer.
And you're not using your current employer?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the authority?
You stated you were shocked when the police officer walked in?
Yes.
Do the police officers come around and do bar checks and stuff?
They have probably maybe 3 times since I've worked there. And we always, tell them hi and ask them if they want some water or a soda. And then they kind of just do their rounds, go to the bathroom, go through the back, and then they leave.
Are you always shocked when one walks in?
No, I was shocked when he said that Kenny had gotten a ticket.
You testified you're the one that cashed him out,
Yes,
but you were not the one who observed him sign
I did not see him sign because when we give him the check, we usually go and help other customers. So I handed him his credit card and his check that he needed to sign, and I had walked away.
And then, were you the one that actually, after he signed it, were you the one that took it and rang it out?
Yes,
Okay. And you observed him leaving the barn then?
yes.
And how long would you say it was from the time that he signed it till he left the bar?
Only probably a minute or two. He literally signed it and said our goodbyes, and that was it.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
I have one question. You served him the last beer,
I served him the last beer, yes.
and the officer knew you served him the last beer,
Yes,
yet Don was cited
yes.
and not you.
And I even asked him about that when he came in the first time to give her the ticket, and I asked him why I wasn't getting a ticket. And he said, well, do you want a ticket? And I said, well, frankly, not really. And he goes, okay, then. That was the end of our conversation.
Thank you.
I have a question. You like where you work?
I love where I work.
Why?
I like the atmosphere. I like having regulars. I like hearing, the old men's war stories and joking around with them.
Do you want to keep your job?
I would love to.
Why?
Why? Because.
Well, I'm just curious. These are inferences that you want to keep your job, and this is
I
an
would
unusual
love to, but
or different thing.
circumstances, I'm not able to. I have to live at my parents' right now, and that's in Greeley. So it's a little bit of a hardship driving from Greeley to Littleton every single day when you have a 4-year-old.
Do you want to get your boss in trouble?
No,
And conversely, you don't want to get your boss in trouble?
no.
No further questions.
Thank you very much.
much.
Thank you.
Come on down, Tap.
My legal name is Lewis Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I go by Tap Smith.
Mr. Smith, you are the owner of Castle Bar and Grill?
Yes, sir.
When did you purchase?
May 2009.
You've owned it continuously ever since?
Yes, sir.
Do you have prior experience in the bar business prior to buying this?
Yes, sir. I've worked in the industry since I was 15, and I'm 31 currently.
Have you personally ever had any liquor violations?
No, sir.
When you purchased Castle Bar and Grill, how would you describe its clientele?
Unfortunately, it was very disappointing. I found out after the fact that it's a lot worse condition than I perceived it to be when I purchased the bar. But the condition of the bar and the clientele was very poor when I purchased it, as well as the condition of the physical condition of the bar as well.
And over the last 4 years, have you made efforts to try to change the clientele and the theme of the bar?
I've done as many things as I could. There was an incident early on within the first month of my ownership, and right when that incident took place, I changed the decor inside and outside of the bar. I increased the prices to change my clientele, and I also made sure to have a focus on the kitchen in order to I was going after a clientele that comes in, has a couple beers and eats, not a clientele that is a bunch of drunks and have fights and problems. And all of a sudden I understood that I inherited that, and it was important to me to put a stop to that immediately.
And do you think you've done a good job on that?
I think I've done an excellent job with it.
And in fact, you guys are pretty much known for a great burger, huh?
Yeah, the food sales have gone up by thousands of percentage since I took over the bar.
Okay. What about training? How do you train your staff to ensure that they don't violate the liquor laws like you haven't done so from, again, I don't know, you probably were involved in liquor at age 15 up until now, but involved in the industry without any incidents?
Yeah, I did it how I was trained. We always had, I bring in a third-party source to come in and do my alcohol classes to make sure that everything is covered. The gentleman's name is Steve Jeffries. He comes in, it's about close to a 2-hour class. He shows us videos, talks about how much how much alcohol the liver can process within an hour, different signs of intoxication, legalities that are associated with the industry as well.
What about signs of intoxication or being intoxicated? Do you train your staff to learn of those and monitor those?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the utmost, I mean, I've been in this industry for so long that I've been put in situations as a bartender, and now currently I'm put in situations as an owner and manager. I always train my staff that the most important is when you greet your guest initially, because you automatically see him walk through the door, you see him sit down, and you look for those first initial signs of intoxication. Bloodshot eyes, body language, if their body language is slurred to one side or another, if they're overly eager up front, loud. I mean, there's a list of a million things that you can do to look for those signs of intoxication. And I also feel, apart from the TIPS certification and training, I feel that myself and the experience I have, and not only being an owner but also an operator, that I provide necessary tools to my staff as well, above and beyond what we gain from the TIPS certification.
What about when a customer leaves the premise? What do you train your staff to do?
The same thing, like, I mean, our goal is always the safety of the customer the whole duration of their visit, you know, because, I mean, that's what our goal is. Our goal is to have a customer come in and have a satisfactory experience so they come back the next time. And we understand that if somebody comes in and is overly intoxicated and another guest perceives that guest perception is not good for business, and it's not the kind of place that we're trying to run. And so the same thing when the guest leaves, it's the same from when they get in the door until when they leave the place. We're always consciously knowing what's going on with our guests. You know, like, we know when our guest is in the bathroom, we know how many drinks they've had, the communication, all that stuff. It's a full circle there, you know. It's something that we really try hard to accomplish, and I think it's something that's progressively gotten almost exactly where we need it to be.
Okay. Were you working the night of September 14th?
I was not.
Okay. When did you first learn of the DUI that Kenny obtained that night?
Don called me right after the police officer left and had the conversation with Don.
And what did you discuss with Don?
What I gained from the conversation is that there was an incident with Kenny. I too was very surprised by it. And I was explained to that if anything was going to take place, any further actions were going to take place with it, that we'd be informed by midnight, and that there probably wasn't going to be a ticket that came out of it.
Did Dawn discuss a video with you or video surveillance or anything of that nature?
No, she didn't. I assumed that if the video surveillance was going to be requested, that I would have been contacted personally either by the city or by the police department. Or if we would have received a ticket that evening, I therefore obviously would have kept the video surveillance.
Let's talk about the video surveillance. How long does the video surveillance stay in a reviewable form?
I can go back 2 weeks. I'm hesitant on it just because I'm changing over my system as we speak, so I don't.
So you say 2 weeks. Why is it 2 weeks?
Just because of the amount of storage space I have to maintain or to keep video.
So just so we're all on the same page, your video system is essentially a constant turning wheel. Whatever is videotaped at the bottom of the wheel here, by the time it reaches around to get re-videotaped over, that's about 2 weeks. So you have a 2 week save period. Okay. Did you intentionally delete any video?
No, I just didn't expect anything to come out of it, so I did not keep it. I mean, I didn't delete video, I just didn't keep the video.
In hindsight, would you have wanted to keep
I would have loved to have kept it if I knew I was getting to this.
Is this the first time you or any of your establishments have ever had a citation?
My very first experience with it.
Okay, so now, knowing what you know now, obviously any video of anything on that given night would be taken out, irrespective of whether or not an officer requests it.
Yes, sir.
I think that's all I have right now. Thank you, I'm sorry.
You weren't there the night in question?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Did you watch the video?
I did go over it, and I observed Kenny, and it was Kenny. I mean, it's hard. I wish that there was more of a relationship that was established with the individual to understand that he's fairly an introvert, and he's not, I mean, sociologically in conversations and things like that. I mean, it's standard for him to be quiet and reserved like that, you know. And again, I train them to initiate that conversation to look for those signs, you know, and that's what's frustrating with me with this whole incident is that I don't feel like he did, you know, I don't feel like he showed those signs of intoxication.
So, excuse me, so you did watch the video?
Yes.
And if you had it right now, would you want us to watch
I
it?
would love for you to see it. I mean, I pride myself, and I took on a place that was just like in shambles. I mean, the place was just, it was miserable getting into that bar and taking that place over. And I was just turned 28. I didn't know I was getting myself in that deep of a mess. And once I found that out, like, I've been fully committed to do nothing but improve that place, you know, and it's just, and that's why I'm frustrated with this. You know, it's something I really pride myself on. I don't do this because it's a hobby and I think it's fun to own a bar. I did this because this is what I've always done. You know, I've got a passion for the industry, and with that passion comes the responsibility, and it's a full circle. You know, like, and I understand that.
Do you think there's anything that you can do to prevent something like this happening in the future? I mean, it sounds like you're running a decent establishment, and I was on the authority when you got your license, and I know the past, the incidents that happened at the castle, and we were glad to get you in there at the time. But do you think there's anything that you can do to improve or to protect this from happening again?
I think that obviously there's always room for improvement with it. You know, I mean, this is one incident that really opens up your eyes and says, okay, maybe you don't see those signs of intoxication, but maybe you pay attention. I don't know if you can pay attention to the smell of it, or, I mean, the little things, but what's opened up my eyes the most is just to understand, like, this is all that can come out of when you think that you're responsibly serving somebody 3 drinks, you know, it opens up my eyes to the level of responsibility that we maintain at the castle. And I think by understanding that, I mean, I preach to my staff every single day. Every single staff meeting is set yourself up for success. You just don't put yourself in a position to fail. You put yourself in a position to succeed. And I preach to them and I manage in the way that by doing so, it's your station set up, you're ready to go. You greet your customers right when they walk in the door. You initiate conversation. It's a full experience from the time that they walk in the door to the time that they leave, you know, and it has to be seen that way. And if it's not seen that way, then then you have these mistakes, you know, and I've gone through several employees because I haven't get them to come full circle with it. And it's disappointing, and I look at my job as an employer to develop my employees into an asset for my business, and when that doesn't take place and they make these mistakes, then I have to get rid of it. I mean, I take it so serious, I don't know.
Okay, well, I understand it's your livelihood, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I support my family with it. It's like, it's not a hobby of mine. It's not I retired from some office job and said, hey, it'd be fun to open up a bar so my buddies have a place to hang out, you know? It's not how it is.
When did you watch a video?
I watched it the morning after, and then I received a phone call the next morning from Danny, or a text message, whichever it was, stating that Kenny was back in the bar, and it was immediately after the bar had opened. And I said, well, we need to review everything and discuss what took place, so tell him that he needs to take a break until we come up with our final decision. Later that afternoon, after I reviewed the tapes, spoke with the girls, the bartenders, we decided that he did not show the proper signs of intoxication, and so we did not feel comfortable serving him anymore, and then we made the decision to 86 him. He was not informed about that until probably 3 or 4 weeks later when he tried to come back into the bar again to drink again.
Have you 86'd anybody else from the bar?
I've 86, probably half of the original clientele that was in that bar, I 86. I mean, there was biker gangs, it was unbelievable. I mean, I honestly didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I did understand the responsibility that I took over when I purchased the bar and the responsibility I had by owning a bar, you know, and so therefore, like I said, like, a month into it, I mean, it almost put me out of business because I overextended myself by painting the inside of it, taking down all the fixtures, I mean, all sorts of stuff, new signage outside, new logos, all that, you know, just to change the image of the castle from what it was before. It's a hard job. It was bad.
So you were willing to cut off a pretty reliable customer because you felt that this customer was going to get you in trouble if you allowed him to continue patronizing. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's not even a thought. I mean, like I said, I support my family with it. Like, there's nobody, like, I mean, I tell them all the time, like, if Barack Obama comes in and he's drunk, like, no questions asked. I mean, it's just how it is. It's our policy, period, and that's how it's run. And it has taken quite some time to get it to where it is now. And like I said, there's probably still some room to go. But I think for what we were dealt with and the job that's being done now, it's definitely excelled my own personal expectations. And I definitely had a strong belief in myself and the job that I thought I was going to be able to accomplish.
I have a question. Did you have an opportunity to come to a preliminary hearing, and were you presented with the opportunity to stipulate?
Can you explain stipulate?
This, why don't I have an attorney explain it? They'll do
Yeah,
better
no,
than
sure.
I.
Tab, do you remember the time that we came and the preliminary discussions we had with the city attorney about reaching a resolution?
Yes.
And you decided not to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you decide not to do that?
Because after my investigation on the case and seeing the video evidence and speaking with my bartenders, like, Dawn would not work for me if I felt that she was guilty of it. I mean, I did not find anything wrong. On the other hand, I'd also waited on Kenny and served him myself several times, and I understand how Kenny is as an individual. And how he was tonight and how he presented himself, like, he didn't fly down the stairs and, like, come up here and grab the microphone and start doing a song and dance. There is... his speech is a little bit hesitant at times, and he's, like I said before, he's fairly reserved. And so, knowing that, I felt that when he came in that night, it was probably the same thing, where the girls sit there, they try to initiate the conversation, how are you, my dog's this, my dog's that, and you only get a couple words. He's not going to open up and say, oh yeah, well, I got off work early, and I went down to the Sunset, I went home, and I ate a peanut butter and jelly, and I took a nap, and he's just not that kind of guy. He doesn't open up to it, and the bartenders understand that their job is to pry at that and to get as much information as they can, to get him to speak as often as they can get him to speak in order to free up that information.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
I guess we have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tab. I don't have any further witnesses at this time.
Would the city like to sum up?
I would. Well, I think it's pretty clear at this point that Mr. McPhee was drunk at 6:55 p.m. From all accounts that you heard tonight, he was drunk. I don't think that's been contested with any of the witnesses that were presented by the city. And the issue boils down to whether he was showing signs of intoxication at the bar, whether a reasonable person should have noticed, whether a reasonable person would not have missed signs of intoxication. The city would argue that this was missed. What we know is Mr. McPhee was drinking since approximately 11 a.m. That's not contested. He indicated he had approximately 6 to 8 beers from 11 a.m. till 5:15, 5:30 when he arrived at the Castle Bar. In addition, he had 6 to 8 shots. He took a nap, did not eat any food, and maybe had some water when he got from the nap. That in and of itself is a tremendous amount of alcohol to have in your system. And that was in his system when he entered the bar. Mr. McPhee himself said he was so intoxicated he didn't know he turned on Highline. He said when he failed the sobriety, he knew he wasn't doing well. Commander Cooper tells you he drove on the sidewalk as he exited. He tells you that he almost caused an accident. He had to brake hard in order to avoid him. He tells you that he's unsteady on his feet. His gait is irregular. He had to use the car for balance. And this is approximately 6:55, 7 p.m. Probably about 17 minutes after leaving the bar. It's quite obvious he's intoxicated, was Commander Cooper's statement. He had difficulty with his coordination. His words were slurred. His eyes were bloodshot. He had a strong odor of alcohol. Officer Carlson tells you the same thing. Officer Carlson arrived on scene about 4 minutes after the initial call, and started his investigation, and he said within about 10 minutes, he described a very similar situation to what Commander Cooper told you. He failed the roadsides, and at 7:56, he had a BAC of .202. The reason why this is important is this is a very extreme case where we have someone that's extremely intoxicated in front of the officers. We know he had been drinking all afternoon. We know he didn't have any food. And by the time the officers got to him, he was so incredibly intoxicated. This was missed by Castle Bar employees. And why was it missed? It was missed. They were busy. You have 2 bartenders handling 20 to 30 people. They're taking food orders. They're taking drink orders. They're busy. They may have said that was a regular night, but that's a fair amount of people. When you greet someone as they come in and out, that doesn't necessarily tell you whether or not that person is intoxicated. Saying hi to someone as you're pulling a beer or pouring a shot doesn't tell you whether or not that person's intoxicated. The only way you're really going to see that intoxication is if you talk to the person. Miss Norby tells you that she pays attention to everyone in the bar. And I ask you how credible that statement is. Everyone. 20 to 30 people, lots of things going on, and she pays attention to everyone. She tells you that she talked to him for approximately a 5-minute period when she served him the shot and the drink. She tells you he was absolutely fine. I ask you to consider whether that is credible. Whether that is credible when you've heard, and it's not contested, that this man had 6 to 8 beers, and he had 6 to 8 shots from 11 to 5:15, 5:30, and then followed it up with 2 more beers and another shot. I ask you to think whether it's credible that he was 86 without an explanation. Miss Norby tells you she was completely shocked, couldn't believe he got the DUI, and then offers you some explanations. Well, maybe he hit the wall, maybe he took a pill, maybe he did a shot in the car. But they 86'd him without an explanation. They never got his story. They just 86'd him. And they tell you that that's because of their fear of what would happen if he came back in again. I ask you to consider that. The video, lots of talk was about the video. Video was not saved. I find that interesting that the video was not saved. Mr. Smith wants you to believe that the video did not show any signs that Mr. McPhee was intoxicated. Well, if that was the case, and they knew that the morning after, they knew there was a potential for them to be charged. Why wasn't it saved? Miss Norby has an open case. Miss Norby is going to come see me over in the courthouse to handle that open case. Miss Norby came in and testified to matters that are on the record, to matters that I can use against her. I ask you to consider her credibility in light of that. In light of the fact that she still has a pending and open case, and I can pull the transcript of this hearing, and had she said anything potentially damaging, I could use that against her. Ms. Norby also told you that she enjoys her job, doesn't want to get herself or her boss in trouble. Large credibility issues that would possibly affect her testimony in front of you today. Ms. Robbins, a very new employee, had maybe only been there a couple months. I would argue that her experience level was not quite there. She had very little interaction with Mr. McPhee. She indicates that she maybe talked to him for 5 to 10 minutes, and she tells you she was focused on him 100% of the time. But yet she's serving the people around him drinks. She served him a beer. And I ask you to consider, is it really reasonable for these 2 bartenders to be that focused on this gentleman for 5 or 10 minutes when they have other patrons that they're serving? She tells you he cashed out, left, very little interaction then. So we're really talking about maybe 2 5-minute periods that these two women talked to him in the hour to hour and 45 minutes he was at the bar. The issue in this case, as I said, is whether a reasonable person should have noticed. They missed it. I ask you to draw upon your own inferences. I ask you to consider what the officers told you, how extremely drunk he was. And the last thing I want you to consider is let's put the BAC in perspective. Officer Carlson told you that the BAC was .202 at 7:55. So let's look at it in the light most favorable to Castle Bar. Let's talk about what would happen in that hour. Officer Carlson told you that depending upon the person, depending upon how the alcohol is absorbed, how it metabolizes, that a good standard is .015 per hour. He even gave you an example that it would take approximately 10 hours for someone to come down if they were .150. That's a long time. So if you look at the hour window between 6:55 and 7:55, just the police contact, that window would be approximately .187 if Mr. McPhee was at his height and coming down, or that window would be at .217 if he wasn't quite at the top. So within that hour, he could have changed by .015, either up or down. Let's take it further. Let's say it had been about 2 hours since that last drink was taken. We're not entirely sure. So let's put that window in. .177 to .232. And then let's go 3 hours. .162 to .247. Even with that, he is still well within an intoxicated level. Officer Carlson tells you that his behavior in that hour did not change that much. They missed it. Plain and simple, they missed it. Based upon the evidence, the city would say that we have sustained our burden. They did overserve him, and they missed it.
Okay. Well, first of all, what the city is trying to do is try to polarize the witnesses that are testifying on behalf of the licensee by either saying if you believe them, then you're finding the officer lied, or if you believe the officer, you're finding they're lying. It's a trial tactic. It's essentially polarizing the witnesses to say, well, so you're saying that this occurred, therefore the officer's lying. Well, that's not what's happening here. No one is disputing that this individual was pulled over for DUI. No one is disputing this individual showed signs that both the officers testified to that were just horrific intoxication signs. No one's disputing that. No one's disputing this gentleman said when he pulled on the Highline Canal and drove 3/10 of a mile and stopped, when the officer said, "Where do you think you are?" he says, "Arapahoe Road." No one's disputing that. But that's not the issue in the case. The issue in this case is not the bias. Of course, I could ask the officers, "Officer, it's true you like your job. Officer, it's true that if you're caught lying here today, it jeopardizes your job. It's true that if for some reason I can show that you're lying here, you could be 86. So there'd be a reason to kind of hide your lying or do what's necessary." Come on. Come on. You've heard these three people testify. You've looked in their eyes. You've seen how they're acting. You see the conviction. You see. So the whole bias argument, let's just put that aside. So let's take a real look at really what's gone on here. What's gone on here is you have a bar with regulars. This isn't a club where someone walks in and gets lost in a crowd. And so how can you tell if someone's paying attention to someone in a club where there's a cover charge or music's blaring and they're one of God knows how many and it's not regulars, they get lost in a crowd? I get that. I think we all have been in places like that where you can get lost in the crowd. I get that. But that's not this type of an establishment. This is an establishment where everyone knew Kenneth McPhee as Kenny. He was a regular. He came in. He got the same drinks, combination thereabouts, give or take, with a couple burgers to go, when he would come in. Everyone knew this was Kenny. So to say that it's unreasonable for someone to pay attention to Kenny when there's 30 people, how many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So double this of regulars. And they could be in tables, they could be at a bar. Kenny sat at the bar. The testimony was they walked around, they know their customers, they know who Kenny is. Kenny walked in not showing a single sign of intoxication. Kenny sat down. Well, before he sat down, he went to the restroom, made eye contact with Don. They spoke. Don brought over his regular. They talked about the dogs, no signs of intoxication. Don then walks away. Danny shows up. Same thing, rounds. She sees the beer's a little lower, goes up, starts discussing, the matter with him. Is he getting any trouble tonight? What's going on? You could see this. This isn't fabricated. This is what occurred. You just look at Dan, you can see this conversation. They had the conversation. She didn't see anything wrong. She got him a beer. Got him the check. A little later, nothing wrong as well. Out the door he goes. They both say goodbye. It's a neighborhood bar. You're going to say goodbye to a regular who comes in 2-3 times a week, who on your tab you call him Kenny. This is somebody you're going to say goodbye to, just the way you guys say goodbye to each other. Goodbye, see you later, great, see ya. So there was communication, there was interaction. So ultimately, I look at this case as, all right, you want to polarize the witnesses that the city attorney is trying to do, let's polarize them. But let's look at Kenny himself. Kenny testified that he didn't believe he showed signs that he was intoxicated at the bar. He thought he had it together. Remember that testimony? Look at Exhibit G. If 10 minutes later he walks out and he can't even hold himself up, I think the officer said it took him as long, a couple minutes to get his ID out, and he's doing something like this, doesn't know what's going on. How can he sign his name like he always signs it and write down letters that are completely legible, or numbers completely legible, that he testified that's his normal writing? Yeah, that's how he normally writes. He had it together at the bar. So all things considered equal, let's look at what he said and how he acted. And how he acted, the very last interaction he had with this establishment is completely different than the very first interaction he had with the officers literally minutes later. How did that occur? I don't know. He was a heavy drinker. Alcohol affects people differently. By the time he got up, maybe the fresh air hit him, something happened, and wow, it hits you. We've all been drinking before, where all of a sudden you may be at a dinner party with some friends, have a bite of food, look up, and all of a sudden, okay, all right, things are a little different now. It's not something you're like, okay, I feel it coming in about another minute and a half. I'm going to feel, here it comes, 30 seconds more. It happens. We've all had that experience. Me included. We've all had that experience. You know when you just like, whoa, okay, it just hit me. It must have hit him. When Dawn testifies, Norby says, I don't know what it was. She's trying to rattle her brain. She's thinking to herself, he didn't show any of this stuff to me. Again, his last interaction was normal. Was it a pill? Was he drinking a shot in the car? Who knows what? She's trying to figure out how this occurred. When Danny said the police come in, she was shocked. She's shocked. That's how a normal person would act if these were true. If his last interaction was he was totally normal, now you're telling me he had a DUI? What? That doesn't make any sense. And let's look at Tap Smith. We could have entered into a stipulation and saved all this for mitigation and done whatever we could have done. And you hear him testifying. You see the conviction in his eyes of what place he wants to establish and what he wants to run. And if he believes that his bartenders are telling the truth and his understanding of Kenny and his review of the videotape, and yeah, in hindsight, we should have kept it, absolutely. But this is his first time he's ever been involved in this. The officer comes back 3 weeks later, or 6 weeks later with a ticket, not the night of, and if he's that drunk, let's take this, it comes in my head, let's take this to the final thing. If he's that loaded, then it's scary. Why wouldn't you go back and just give a ticket and say, man, there's no way you could have missed this? There's no way you could have missed this. Why wait 3, 6 weeks, whatever it is later, months later, 6 weeks later, and come back and give a ticket? If he's that loaded, and we're talking a 10-minute time difference, why wouldn't, well, time out, man. Let's deal with it later. This is just too damn obvious. I would say the case law in this instance is constructive knowledge or actual knowledge. The city's obligation is to prove, did we have actual knowledge that we were serving an intoxicated individual? I.e., did we know he was intoxicated? Did he tell us, I am wasted? I had all those drinks. No, he testified he didn't talk about it. None of that information was out in the open. So we didn't have actual knowledge. So was it constructive knowledge? Was he showing signs that a reasonable person would say he's intoxicated? And I think you can judge that. How do you judge that? Well, you judge it by first seeing somebody. You judge it by knowing how they act. You judge it by interactions over time. I'm sorry, I forgot this gentleman here. I forgot your last name. When you spoke with the officer about having someone who was a 0.3 or higher, and he was able to act normal, so a third party may look at him and think he's totally normal. Someone who knows him will say, no, he's completely wasted, because I know his drinking patterns. I know everything else. What the Castle Bar knew was 2 shots and a beer and a burgers to go. He didn't sit there and get loaded all night. He acted normal. He was able to hide it, and for some reason when he left, it just... Has a warning shot been fired across the bow? Yeah. Has a statement been made? Has, in my mind, the authority, even assuming, which I truly believe the evidence fully supports, that the city has failed to prove their burden here, but has a statement been made? Yeah, it's been made. The bar understands. Has justice been served? Yeah. He's no longer driving. Absolutely. And hopefully he's getting the treatment he needs. I can go through it all. You heard the police testify how drunk he was and the signs, and it doesn't jive with him being in the bar. And it doesn't jive with Exhibit G. It just doesn't. So there's a disconnect, or there's a reason, and if you, all things considered equal, if you also consider his testimony that he said when he was in the bar he thought he was fine, versus his testimony when he was getting pulled for DUI, yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, I know there's something wrong now.
Since it's my burden, I'm going to take one opportunity to respond. Normal to drunk in 12 minutes. That's what's being argued here. At 6:43, he was fine, he wasn't intoxicated, and he was drunk at 6:55. That's not how it works. That's not what Officer Carlson told you that the studies say. That's not how it works. That's the argument. Normal to drunk in 12 minutes. We're not sure how it happened.
As one housekeeping matter, we didn't accept Exhibit G into the record, so if we could get a motion to move that into.
I'll move that we accept Exhibit G into the record.
Second that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the motion.
I moved that we would accept Exhibit G into the record, the receipt we've been talking about.
I will second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so now it's up to us, huh?
Yeah, everybody had to stop and think. I mean, it's, the fact really he was drunk or not is off the table. He was drunk.
He's drunk, he was drunk.
Now,
That's obvious.
the question comes in,
Did he get to .202 from 6:53 in the evening to 6:55 in the evening?
well, you can take 5 minutes of that off because they testified there was about 5 minutes he was in the bar.
So it's
before
a
he left.
7-minute deal.
So you've got 7 minutes there. Did he or didn't he? Is that reasonable to believe?
So he went from 0 to .202 in 7 minutes. I'm not buying that. I'm sure he was a little bit
I think a reasonable,
He was under the influence when he probably walked in the door since he'd been drinking all day at the Sunset Grill. You know, I saw the gentleman walk down here. He wasn't very stable in his gait this evening. So whether that's his normal gait or not, or whether he walks that same way when he's been drinking, I don't know. But I find it, I mean, I think there had to have been some indications to the Castle Bar that he was over the limit and that they missed it.
So he goes in there 2 or 3 times a week. He said he has the same routine. He goes to the Sunset Bar, to the Castle, or to the Castle, or there's a routine of going someplace.
To one place or the
Same
other.
time, yeah. So if that's his habit of 2 or 3 times a week, and that's how they always see him, then that's normal. And is he 0.2, 2 or 3 times a week?
Well, and
The normal state for him to?
the difference in this particular day was that he took a half a day off, and he started at 11 o'clock in the morning, and
Said he gets a half a day every Friday. So this is a typical
that's a
Friday.
routine Friday.
Uh-huh.
And I will tell you, the question is not, did he go from 0 or to whatever? The standard of law that we must decide upon is the standard, was he visibly intoxicated? And we're saying that there is no way that he could come in, and I assume he came in intoxicated, Tony.
Yeah.
And there's no way that he could sit there and drink and then come out, and in that time, like, boom, there's that kind of change in him. Unfortunately, or fortunately, because life is a trip and an experience, I think most of the members of the authority, this is no fun to admit in public and when it's on TV, but this is how I interviewed for council. I had a severe problem with alcohol. The percentage of individuals that can have the kind of problem that I had with kidneys shutting down, urinating blood, serious problem. To be able to get out of that statistically is not very likely. But I've had some experience, and I have been sober for over a decade. I fortunately was one of those individuals that found my way out. But I tell you about my friend that at almost 0.3 was normal. I went over to his house once. He was fine. I sat down, started watching television with him, and boom, like that, he changed. And he all of a sudden had the signs, or many of the signs, of being intoxicated. I decided this was time for me to go. He drew a knife and held me in his home for 20 minutes. When I got out of there, found a way out of there, and the next day, he did not even remember this. It is possible for someone, especially, and I don't know what his tolerance is. I know that he apparently knew he had a problem, and he said he stopped for 9 months. But as many of you know, when you start up in that activity again, you start up where you left off. You don't start off anew. So the prosecutor has asked us, and I quote, to rely on our inference. I am not going to convict anybody on inference. I am going to do it on the evidence, and I will, like we all do, draw from our actual experience, not what we would infer. Prosecutor is a good person, but she's an excellent prosecutor. I was a clerk in the Denver District Court for a number of years. She's a good prosecutor. Oh.
Let's wrap it up.
I think what I have to say is important, and I'm going to say it, Tony. The point is that there was if I get back to my notes, that a question of integrity and of line. These individuals, all of them, this would be the first time after a number of years this has happened. Their demeanor, their direct answers seem to be that they're telling the truth. The fact is, when Ms. Norby was asked, do you think the police officers were lying? She said, no, I just think we see things differently. And this happens a whole lot. Do I think that Officer Carlson was lying when I asked him why you didn't, serve that citation that night? And he says, I don't know. And not more than 3 minutes later, he says, oh, it was because this is standard procedure. Do I think that was because he's lying? No, I think this is how even trained professionals as human beings react. I was puzzled, and I thank the prosecution very much for supplying the tab, because Officer Carlson's report indicated that that tab, the police report, that it was at 4:45 that checked out, leaving 2 hours blank. So I think Officer Carlson lied on his report. I do not. He is an honorable man and a fine officer. These things happen. I will not do it by inference, and the fact that the prosecutor referred to a case that is yet pending, I may be one of the dwindling number of Americans that believe actually a person is innocent until they're proven guilty. This is a he said, literally he said, or a couple of he's, a couple of she's, he said, she said. I don't know. I do know that this can occur. I know the standard is visibility. The prosecution has given us nothing but blood alcohol, and not anyone that was there that visibly saw anything but that he did not appear to be intoxicated. After the fact, when he got out there, he was visibly. They weren't there to see that, so they're surprised. I don't know, but I'm told that they should have paid more attention to him in order to detect this, but I've also told that how could they with a room full of 30? Without definite proof, and the standard of visibility as that standard, I am not going to make a judgment based on inference.
I would contest it is not a he said, she said, that no one, they all agreed that he was drunk.
But not visibly.
They all agreed that he was drunk.
That's not the standard that we need to judge by. The standard in statute is visible.
The only thing in question is whether or not they should have observed or determined that he was intoxicated. That's really the only thing in question.
I agree with that.
Okay? I mean, there's no question he was drunk. So the question is, should the bar have reasonably determined that he was intoxicated? And that's what the real question is. And that's a hard one to answer. I mean, clearly he was intoxicated later. Everybody agrees. There's no he said, she said, really. Just throw that out the window. Okay? Should the bar have reasonably determined he was intoxicated?
I'd ask you, when I went over to that individual's home and spent 15 minutes in constant conversation with him, and he changed like that, should I have known he was intoxicated when there was no visible signs? Would you reasonably expect me to know that?
You were not trained. You did not know what to look for. Now, I mean, you want to go personal experience, I can match you a lot more than you can, okay? Having spent over 20 years in the Navy, I saw a lot of people drink. I saw a lot of people intoxicated, okay? So let's throw that out the window, too. The real question is, should they have reasonably known that he was intoxicated? And therefore, they served an intoxicated person.
And I would ask you to answer your own question at this point. That's what we're after here, because I'm not able to answer that question. I've listened to the same things you've listened to.
You notice I did not answer it. I just said
Yes.
that's the real question.
We have to answer that. We're not going to leave this room until we answer that question. And I want to focus the discussion on our coming to a decision.
I believe that a reasonable person would conclude that he was intoxicated when he was in the bar. I believe that's a reasonable conclusion.
Was he visibly
But that does not
intoxicated?
answer the question.
Yeah, I mean,
Whether or not they could determine that.
And have we been presented here tonight with clear and convincing evidence that he was visibly intoxicated? And visibly being to them, not to the officers outside, which it's obvious to me that he was. My struggle is with whether or not we have clear evidence that he was visibly intoxicated to the people inside the bar.
And the reason we don't is because we don't have that video.
We don't have the video, but we also don't have other witnesses who may have been there and observed Kenny, not as a bartender, not as a professional, but as an impartial member of the public. That would
Who may or may not have been sober at that particular time also.
entirely possible. We're dealing with a bar, we're dealing with people who are consuming alcohol, other than the bartenders, of course. It's really hard to make this a factual decision.
And what you're into is you cannot say yes or no. And therefore, you must trip over to one side.
In my experience, and we've had many of these cases played out in front of us prior to the last few years, I know that you haven't had very many cases, mostly stipulations, et cetera. I've found that one side is completely believable and the other side is completely unbelievable. In this particular case, I find both sides credible.
And when you find both credible, I would stipulate that you cannot convict.
So basically, you're saying it's not a win or a loss, but it's a tie.
And who wins in a tie?
Nobody.
Nobody.
And I would contend that you cannot convict based on a tie. Or should not convict based on a tie.
I would be willing to speculate after this, that this establishment and these servers, if they stay there and they move on and do something of this nature somewhere else, they are going to remember this, and I think this will establish in their minds that they need to be extremely careful, because I'm sure they don't want to go through this again.
Somebody make a motion.
Therefore what?
Therefore, I would like someone to make a motion of item 2 here, no finding of violation.
Let me find that, I'll do that.
You're recommending someone
No.
else make a motion?
I can't
because
make a motion.
You're an alternate and you're not able to make the motion yourself?
I will do that, Mr. Chairman. I move that there is insufficient evidence for the licensing authority to conclude that there have been violations of the Colorado Liquor Code or Littleton City Code, and that therefore the allegations against T&K Smith Enterprises, Inc., doing business as the Castle Bar and Grill, 6657 South Broadway, be dismissed.
I'm waiting to hear a second to that motion. There is no second, therefore the motion is denied. Do we have another motion?
You know, the part I keep coming back to is on LCC 3211, Regulation 47900, where it says each licensee and employee shall conduct.
And microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Each licensee and employee shall conduct his establishment in a decent, orderly, and respectable manner, and shall not permit within or upon the licensed premises the loitering of habitual drunkards or intoxicated persons. And one thing we have established here tonight, that this is a habit. And, you know, they're allowing him to come in on a regular basis and drink, but then the flip side of that is, if that's his regular behavior, and they don't see him any other way, how do they know this is Kenny intoxicated? If Kenny's a very low-key, quiet individual, and you never see him any other way, I'm kind of torn with that. I hope it makes sense. You know, if you saw him and he was more outgoing, and then you see him drinking and he's quiet, but you don't. You just see him one way.
My gut tells me that I walked in intoxicated, and it was good old Kenny, and here's a couple drinks. Good to see you, Kenny. That's what my gut tells me. But I can't convict a person based on what my gut tells me. I got to look at the evidence.
But you wouldn't second the motion to dismiss?
I was close. It's one of those that,
Well, does anybody have an alternate motion? I mean, there's only two ways we can go.
and everybody's hoping for that third one.
Yeah, I really feel like they care about their people, and I really feel like you care about the establishment. And that weighs very heavily with me, because I appreciate that. And I've heard very good things about the castle, especially the burgers. So, you know, and your passion up here is very moving, and but then on the other hand, we have a .202,
Would somebody entertain a motion that would call for a suspension, held all of it and hold all of it in abeyance?
in abeyance?
That would be a finding of
guilt.
Guilty,
Yep.
which is what the struggle is with right now. Donovan, if you bring up your motion again, I believe that I will second it.
You got it there?
Thank you, Tony. I move that there is insufficient evidence for the licensing authority to conclude that there have been violations of the Colorado Liquor Code or Littleton City Code, and that therefore the allegations against T&K Smith Enterprises, Inc., doing business as the Castle Bar and Grill, 6657 South Broadway, be dismissed.
I second the motion. Discussion?
I will vote for the motion reluctantly, because I feel that I really feel that he was drunk when he was there. However, I cannot prove that he was
Visibly intoxicated.
played any drunkenness activities. I cannot, there's no proof that he was staggering in the bar. There's no proof that he was slurring in the bar. I mean, there's no proof that he was really drunk in the bar. Even though I feel, based on the evidence, that he probably was, there's no proof that he was. So I will support the motion.
Here's my thinking. I want to put quite a bit of weight on the amount of experience that these people have and the fact that there have been no liquor violations on any of their parts before or on this establishment since it's had this ownership, I think that's really important in my decision to believe what they've said. And that is that they were not able to observe visible intoxication on this person's part. We can argue all night whether they should have or not. I think it was not possible for them to do so. And that's why I seconded the motion.
Yeah, I mean, do I find it hard to believe that he didn't display any visible signs of being intoxicated, walk out of the bar, no more than 10 minutes later was he unsteady on his feet, used a car to keep balance, that he was staggering, that he was uncoordinated? Yeah, I mean, I find it extremely hard to believe that. But I also haven't been given the evidence, and which I think, it's a tough case because, we don't have video, we don't have other impartial witnesses. But I don't have that evidence that says that he was visibly intoxicated to them.
Let's vote.
And I will tell you, even making this motion, and I would guess depending upon what individuals hearing me speak would believe, I am reluctant. However, we have as an authority a standard of law by statute. And the general perception, the general rule of thumb, while I'm not sure we're held by it, but that when you should convict somebody, it should be because the case has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I have big questions, but the part about reasonable doubt and...
Hold on. If I may, our standard here is clear and convincing. So I don't want anyone to vote because they think it's beyond a reasonable doubt, because I don't want either side to think that we came to our conclusion on the wrong standard. We're not in a criminal case. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's clear and convincing evidence. So I want to make sure everyone is aware of that.
Are we ready to poll the authority?
Let's vote.
Would you poll the authority, please?
Authority Member Bradish?
Yes.
Authority Member Gunya?
Yes.
Authority Member Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Thank you. Like I said, I believe the statement has come across.
Yeah, very good.
Well, you listened to our comments. You know this was this was not easy. We won't be seeing you again in the near future.
Mr. Smith.
I assume it will go differently if we do.
If you ever have a chance to save a particular recording or tape, make sure you do in the future.
Save them all. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm not even going to pursue any subsequent business this evening. This meeting is adjourned.